Chapter 1093. When Harriman and the law narrator sat down to chat, a large pile of firewood had been piled up in an empty field outside the town of Catchalin. Whether it was the dead villagers, the security officers, or the wolf riders who had caused the deaths of the former, they were to be burned to ashes to prevent the plague from spreading. Amidst the crackling of the firewood and the weeping of the bereaved, Harriman learned the man's name for the first time. His name was Toulouse. This was both his surname and his given name. In other words, this law narrator was a descendant of a noble, but he had no one to whom he was loyal to. Before they started chatting, Toulouse was using a stone-pounding stone to grind down the chrysanthemum, yellow and white flowers, as well as some other herbs. Then, he used a small bottle of distilled liquor to clean the wound before wrapping the herbal paste around the wound with a clean linen cloth. He gave a demonstration to the others who were going to take care of the injured. After those people left, Toulouse began a formal conversation with Harriman. Toulouse went straight to the point. "You're foreigners?" "That's right. We're from the Ramsey continent. You don't look like merchants, but more like elite mercenaries. But you're a little too few, not even a small mercenary team." Toulouse was puzzled as he spoke. He really could not guess the background of Harriman's group. Harriman pondered for a moment, deliberating over his words, and then said, "We're adventurers. It's just that I'm now working for someone else to pay off the debt I incurred when crossing the sea by ship. Of course, my fellow adventurers don't need to be burdened by it, because I'm the one who brought us to Tapped Island. It has nothing to do with them." Toulouse immediately grasped the main point in Harriman's words. "You're working for someone else? From the way you talk, you should be a noble from the Ramsey continent. Someone who can make you work for them must be a great noble." At this moment, Toulouse paused and looked at Harriman again with a hint of worry in his eyes. "So many nobles from the Ramsey continent are gathered here. This is definitely not a good thing for Tapped. They have an expeditionary force, more numerous than you can imagine." Harriman looked Toulouse in the eye. At the same time, he also confirmed the other party's suspicions with his words, but he did not reveal the identity of the Soft Maple people. Furthermore, they have already formed an alliance with the Jomi's allied army that has occupied half of Tapped in the north. In less than a month, the two armies will meet near the capital of Wessex. Why are you telling me this? Toulouse didn't have a good impression of the Yamshans who had wreaked havoc in the northern lands of Tapped. In fact, most of the Tapps were like this. Only the blacksmiths who were requisitioned and a small number of merchants who were allowed to do business with the army were exceptions. However, he soon understood the deeper meaning of Harriman's words. "Is the large expeditionary force you mentioned nearby, and can take down Catchalin at any time?" Harriman nodded. However, he did not reveal that the Soft Maple army was only a few dozen kilometers away from Catchalin. If they were to march at full speed, it would take at most a day and a half for the infantry to reach the town. Although he could reveal the Soft Maple strategic plans, they were all here to obtain wealth and occupy land. Anyone who could think on Tapped Island would be able to easily deduce this. He did not mention a single word about their tactical deployment. Messias was escorted to a town called Lashford by the Wolf Riders. The Wolf Riders stirred up a huge commotion in the town before they finally found the chief physician appointed by the prefectural administration. However, the man did not have a good way to treat Magistrate Matius's injuries. He could only use a soldering iron to heal the flesh, apply some anti-inflammatory ointment, and then force the magistrate to drink some strong liquor mixed with skuma to relieve the pain. After that, the Wolf Riders did not care about their exhaustion. They forcibly commandeered some good horses from the stables in Lashford and took Messias on their journey once more. They did not care about the strength of their legs at all. Each Wolf Rider took turns to ride. Finally, they arrived at the prefectural capital, Valensburg, in the evening of the second day. At this time, Messias was delirious from his fever and had only drunk a small amount of water for the entire day. Fortunately, the prefectural capital was a prefectural capital. Not only did Valensburg have more physicians, alchemists, and apothecaries than all the other towns in the territory combined, there were also a few magi hired by the prefectural governor. The physicians first consulted Messias before performing an emergency operation to treat the blood clots and inflamed and suppurated wounds in his body. During the operation, the alchemists used the precious universal blood tonic to prolong Messias's life. Next, the sorcerers took turns to cast minor healing, and the flesh and blood that had been cleaned up from the inside out grew back. At noon on the second day after Messias lay on his large bed, this great lord of the southern part of Nantapt Island, a great noble and important vassal of King Vixith, and one of the 6 important prefectural governors of Nantapt Island, finally opened his eyes. According to the physician's instructions, he could not drink alcohol for a period of time, so he only dipped his honey bread in wine. However, apart from this small flaw, the goat cheese, cream of mushroom soup, and oatmeal pudding provided by the kitchen were to his liking. After resting for 2 days, green cheese, capers, honey-roasted wild boar meat, black pudding, pickled herring, and other heavier foods appeared on his dining table. This meant that Messias's health had recovered to its previous state. Miraculous magic, superb medical skills. Messias could not help but sigh inwardly. Of course, as a qualified ruler, he would not forget some other people. And loyal warriors. Only the combination of these 3 can ensure the safety of a king. He called for his clerk on the day he recovered. Messias needed to write 2 letters. One was to be sent to King Vixith, informing him of the injustice his loyal vassal had suffered. The other letter was to be sent to the Northumbrian sheriff, Elerwin, who had a territorial dispute with him. He wanted an explanation as to why he had been attacked by people using unknown weapons while hunting in the disputed land. Chapter 1094. Your Majesty the wise and revered King Vixias, Lord of the 6 fiefs of Nantapt, the actual owner of Tensberg and Wickford and the Twin Cities, may you have a long reign and be in good health. Your loyal vassal and servant, Messias, sends you my sincere blessings from your bed in Wallingsburg. Hunting in the birch forest near the town of Catullin has seriously damaged my health and my honor. Myself and my family members wish to obtain a fair and just judge. I hope you can authorize me to temporarily take over the legal judgment and arrest of bandits in the town of Catullin, so that peace can be restored here. The clerk used the official language of the Nantapt region to recite Zhang Yu's copy of the letter fluently, but the man sitting behind the desk did not look up. The man was bent over a scroll of parchment, his quill flying across the paper, leaving behind long, thin handwriting. The man was old in his 60s, but his shoulders were still broad and his body strong. His long hair was no longer as red as it used to be. It was now gray, but there were still traces of copper in it. He was wearing a plain white linen jacket with ink stains on the cuffs. He only had one accessory on him, which was a golden stamp ring on the ring finger of his right hand. The pattern on the ring was a sturdy horse standing upright. After reading the letter, the clerk bowed and put the copied letter on the desk of the old man in front of him. Then he left the small study. When he left, he did not forget to turn the lock so that the door would lock from the inside when it hit the door frame. The old man, who was working at his desk, did not raise his head. The quill in his hand kept jumping on the parchments, but from time to time he would pick up some fine white sand from the sand jar to absorb the ink. The only sound in the room was the rustling of his writing. Books were piled up against the wall, almost reaching the ceiling. There were also scroll boxes between the piles, some of them old and worn. The only decoration was a large map of the southern kingdom of Nantucket that hung over the fireplace. There were some brief annotations, the handwriting still thin and long. Strangely, some of the annotations were written in red ink, while others were written in black. There was a list of names at the bottom edge of the map, all written in black ink, but crossed out in red ink. It was a long list. The name Messias was there, but it had not been completely written, nor had it been crossed out with a pen dipped in red ink. Phew, after finishing the last letter that had to be sent out today, the old man finally stood up. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, twisted his stiff neck, and stretched himself. He drank a glass of milk on the table and ate a few biscuits with bits of pickled fruit and nuts. That was the end of his dinner. Although only the rich would be able to afford those refined biscuits if they were sold in a pastry shop, as a king, Vixitha's dinner was so simple that it made one's heart ache. However, he didn't care. Wasting is not only a shameful act, but also an unforgivable crime. Especially in a place like Tapt, where resources are limited, King Vexith told himself inwardly something his father had taught him since he was a child. He crossed his fingers, leaned his elbows on the table, and stared at the copied letter from Messias, who had several major vassals under his command. He fell into deep thought and calculation. He was weighing the gains and losses. Should I get the modified human to change direction and take care of this official's health? The Northumbrian soldiers had been on the road for 10 days. The orange and lemon trees were getting thinner and thinner, replaced by a dense forest. The trees were nameless, and the further north they went, the taller they became. The temperature was also rising, and the journey was scorching. It was really torturous to be drenched in sweat every day. They didn't like the forest. It was full of a rotten smell, and countless annoying insects buzzed noisily. It was like a madhouse at night. The only light came from the half-moon above the canopy, painting everything in the forest with a layer of light blue. Leading them was Sheriff Ellerwin, who rode a trained pony at the front of the group. Each group of soldiers was given a small bottle of anti-mosquito ointment, which was kept and distributed by the captain. They couldn't light fires and smoke away mosquitoes when they were resting in camp, so they could only use the ointment bought from the alchemists to fight off the insects. Other than mosquitoes, there were other dangerous creatures hidden in the forest. For example, tigers, poisonous snakes, and wild boars that rummaged around for food. Fortunately, there were more than 200 people in the Northumbrian army, and those animals generally wouldn't provoke so many scary upright apes gathered together. Once, the army encountered a jungle sloth that was foraging for food. The beast was at least 15 or 16 feet tall when it stood up straight, and its body was covered in long, fluffy hair. It crawled around on 4 thick but long legs, and its claws were frighteningly sharp. Its head was like a long pipe, and its mouth was only a slit. It let out an unclear howl when it tore off saplings, and the crackling sound of branches breaking echoed in the forest. Fortunately, the army scouts discovered it in time. The soldiers all held their breaths for a while, and the jungle sloth disappeared. After trekking for a while, they finally saw a large river that bordered the forest, and there was a small town formed by stilted buildings on the shore. The river was nearly a mile wide, but unlike the usual riverside towns, there was no ferry in sight. The town simply spanned across the river, and the foundations of the town's buildings were some stilted platforms made of wood and bricks. There were many houses on top of the platforms, and the building style was the same as the crumbling buildings. Each platform was connected by a rope bridge, and there were some small boats that were constantly traversing the river. There were 2 canals built next to the river in the town, which could be regarded as a moat, and could also be used as a flood channel during the rainy season. When the original builders designed the town, they must have put in a lot of effort, and the whole town was built to be easy to defend and difficult to attack. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been used as an important frontier of the country and used to connect the various trading towns in the area where the river flowed. Elwine of Northumbria had come to the town under the orders of King Vixius to take over its jurisdiction. According to the information from the coastal areas in the north and east, the Yomians who came to attack Tapped Island had found another powerful ally. One of them was going to come down from the north, while the other was going to come down from the east. The two armies would soon form an alliance near this place. If the alliance was successful, the scattered trading towns would become supply points for the enemy army. The grain, steel, coal, leather, and cloth that were supposed to be transported between the north and south of Tapped Island, but were temporarily piled up in the warehouses because of the war, would become an aid for the enemy when they went down south to plunder the country. The mayor of this river-crossing town was a merchant nobleman, so he was used to judging the situation. King Vixius didn't trust the man's integrity and courage, so he ordered Elwine of Northumbria to personally take over this important river pass. He brought 300 of his personal guards into the town and immediately announced the king's order to the public. He then removed the mayor's authority to mobilize the army and let him return to his home to write a report. Apart from the platform where his family was located, the mayor and his relatives were not allowed to set foot on any other platforms. Otherwise, they would be arrested and tried. In less than half a day, more than a dozen small towns along the river had also submitted their orders of obedience to Elwine. The mayors of each town sent their guards to the Northumbrian commandery's army for deployment and combat training. There weren't too many of these soldiers, at least compared to the tens of thousands of Yomians and soft maple soldiers mentioned in the information sent by King Vixius. 3,000 was not a deterrent number. Elwine of Northumbria couldn't mobilize more men from his fief, and his soldiers had cities, towns, and villages that needed to be protected. But fortunately, compared to the soldiers who forcefully pulled people from the peasants and stuffed them with sticks or spears to make up the numbers, the guards of the trading towns were semi-professional soldiers. Although they hadn't fought a real battle, they had all received a certain degree of military training and captured vicious bandits. They had also seen blood in order to maintain order in their respective towns. Elwine broke up the original organization and reorganized them according to different standards. He let his personal guards lead and train them, hoping to create a river patrol army before the war. In addition to training the soldiers, Elwine also took on the task of litigating and explaining the law. He had to sort out the connections between the various trading towns along the river as much as possible. It was precisely because of this that the Northumbrian lords understood for the first time why King Vixius had left some undecided autonomous towns that weren't part of the 6 major fiefs. The relationships between them were too chaotic, and only time could dilute the barriers between them and make them easier to govern and manage. But due to the impending war, Elwine didn't have much time left. He could only sleep for 5 hourglasses a day at most, and the rest time was even less than when he led the army through the forest. Fortunately, the trading towns along the river didn't lack tea stocks, and Elwine had to rely on those precious herbal drinks to keep himself awake. So when he received the letter written by his old rival Messius from his bed, since Messius couldn't read or write, the letter must have been written by his clerk, copied in Chinese, and sent to his desk. Elwine almost flipped the table in anger. That ignorant and incompetent old idiot is playing tricks again. Ignoring the fact that the other party was a noble like him, Elwine cursed in front of his subordinates. Chapter 10, 95. It was market day, and the guards at the city gate were too busy collecting fees from the peddlers to bother with them. Radish twitched its nostrils and even raised its front hooves because of the strong human odor. Harriman had to dismount to placate it. "You don't like it here, do you?" He fed Radish a carrot as he spoke. "That's all right. We won't be here for long, I promise you." They pushed and shoved their way through the crowd for an hour before they finally made their way out and plunged into the crisscrossing streets of the market. They wandered about aimlessly for a long time before they finally found an inn with a stable. The sign hanging at the door read, "Coachman's Rest Stop." The inn was crowded with travelers and livestock traders, most of whom were empty-handed. Seeing Harriman carrying a weapon, they all avoided him. When a waiter came up to greet him, Harriman gave the half-grown lad a full 20 coppers tapped or square currency and told him to get some hard fodder for his turnip and old weasel's poor horse and to get some food for their table as well. Soon, the boy brought them a large bowl of hot stew, 2 plates of baked pies, and a jug of ale. The stew and ale tasted the same everywhere, but the 2 plates of baked pies were quite substantial. They were worth the extra coppers Harriman had given them. The soft dough was stuffed with mutton steeped in wine and roasted mushrooms, giving it a unique flavor. "We won't stay in Wallingsburg for more than 2 days. We'll leave after we confirm the whereabouts of that Magistrate Macius," Harriman whispered to old Weasel as he ate his pie. His voice was as soft as a mosquito's, but the old servant miraculously heard every word he said. This ability made Harriman very curious. If young Master Harriman didn't care about the lives of those lowly commoners, we wouldn't even have to risk our lives here. After dinner, Harriman spent a few more copper coins in exchange for a room for the 2 of them to stay in temporarily. There was no bed in the room, only a thick layer of hay on the floor. Harriman could only hope that there weren't so many fleas in the room. Using the last bit of daylight, Old Weather used a charcoal pencil to write down today's diary in a book that he would bring back to Jadewood City. Unlike Harriman and Old Weather, Gollander and Hugh Hood were too eye-catching. The former was a dwarf wearing thick armor, while the latter was a musketeer. They would not give up their weapons just to enter the city to scout for information. Thus, they stayed outside Valensburg and did not follow Harriman into the city. They found a rundown ranger's hut. It was overgrown with weeds and on the verge of collapse, but it was still habitable and sheltered them from the night fire. The young soldier went out to look for food and brought back roots and mushrooms, as well as 2 trout that he had caught with his bare hands. The 2 fish were swimming in the nearby stream. Unfortunately, they were too close to the shore, so he scooped them up. He removed the innards of the fish, wrapped them in burdock leaves, and roasted them over the fire. Smelling the aroma of the fish, Grindel revealed a ferocious expression and wolfed down his portion. "Hunger is always the best seasoning," he commented after he finished eating. Keyes didn't care about the hidden meaning in the dwarf's words. Under the dwarf's surprised gaze, he magically took out a pile of cumin, chili powder, salt, basil, and rosemary leaves and sprinkled them on the fish. Finally, he took out a lemon and squeezed its juice evenly over the fish. "This is a snack," Keyes said matter-of-factly. With his size, even if all the fish in the river were added together, it wouldn't be enough for him to eat until he was full, let alone a single fish. "It's just a taste." The dwarf felt a deep sense of malice. He went out to find a big tree and punched and kicked it to digest his food before returning to sleep. The next morning, Keyes hunted a deer for breakfast. He only ate 1 leg, while Galindo stuffed the rest of the ribs and 3 legs into his stomach. "Eat breakfast like a king," the dwarf said to Keyes. Keyes agreed with his point of view, so he took out a bottle of milk wine and shared it with Galindo. "I'm going to take a look at Wallingsburg. I'm getting bored here, and I need to speed up this adventure." After breakfast, Keyes covered the campfire with moist soil, leaving only a few dry branches smoldering in the hole below. Some smoke and dust would be released into a nearby shrub through the flue pipe dug out yesterday, so it wouldn't attract attention. Every few hourglasses, he only needed to add a few sticks of wood from a hole the size of a finger to keep the fire burning, so he didn't have to reignite it the next time. As for what Keyes said, Galindo didn't want to think too much about it. After all, he returned to Ramsey, this time to be a guide for his companion who had gone on an underground adventure in the Ash world. If it wasn't a mission that required him to go down into a mine as an underground digger, he wouldn't usually make his own decisions. Come back quickly. Also, leave some ale for me. He knew that Keyes had all kinds of drinks in his spatial equipment. Don't drink too much. This is authentic Bergman dwarf beer. I saw Bergman brew it with my own eyes. It's much more precious than the imitation in the cellar of Clan Leader Grimm's hunting house. Keyes agreed to the dwarf's request, leaving behind a small barrel of precious high-quality ale, and a sentence that made the dwarf a little confused. He then turned and walked towards Wallingsburg. No way, my tongue never lies to me. Keyes did not swagger into the city gate. He disguised the spear in his hand and stuffed it into an ox cart that was transporting fruits. After entering the city, he secretly pulled it out of the cart. After watching the ox cart rumble away, he looked up at the steeple in the distance and walked along the street to the central square of Wallingsburg. Other than King's Landing City, which had no relevant buildings when it was planned, it was easy to find the residence of the ruler of a city, whether it was on the Ramsey continent or Tapped Island. The ground of the square was paved with granite, and flocks of pigeons flew around, gathering and dispersing. The steeple was right behind the square, and next to it was a magnificent 3-story mansion with many windows. It was surrounded by a 10-foot-high stone wall with iron spikes on top. Guards patrolled along the wall in pairs from time to time, and there were 5 people guarding the gate. He counted at least 1 archer on the roof. It was obvious that Magistrate Micius was very concerned about his own safety. Keyes walked around the manor a few times, trying to hide in the shadows and avoid being seen. He found 8 more archers on the roof at the back, and 4 guarding the back door. The wall was well maintained, and the nearest cover was more than 20 yards away. The guards were quite alert, changing shifts every 2 hours. There should be a canal underground that could be used to sneak into the manor, but he had reason to believe that the person in charge of Micius's safety would definitely guard such a place to the death. Ordinary people would not be able to get in. Keyes finally concluded. He sat on a step next to the square and took an apple that he had just bought from a fruit vendor. "Are you here to petition?" the man asked as soon as he took a bite. "You don't look like a city dweller. Look around with your eyes wide open." Keyes knew what he meant. As the law speaker of Wallingsburg, Micius followed the system passed down by his ancestors. On the first day of every month, the legal residents of his territory could come to Wallingsburg to petition. They would get wooden tokens with numbers from 1 to 200, or even more, depending on Micius's mood that day, and line up in the square to wait for Micius to hear their case and make a legally binding judgment. At noon, Micius would also provide lunch for these petitioners. Although it was not a big meal, it was definitely not enough to starve them. "The nobleman from where I came from has a forest fenced off and doesn't allow us hunters to go in and hunt," he said while chewing an apple. "But even if we follow the rules, we still have to pay forest tax to the nobleman once a year." The vendor nodded. He felt that it was better not to get involved in the topic of nobles. Suddenly, his eyes glanced behind Keyes, and he immediately put away his chatty expression and knelt on one knee. Keyes turned around and saw a group of people entering the square from the north. Wherever they went, the people around them knelt down. Walking at the front was a young man in a long robe. He walked with steady steps and held up a banner with a green vine pattern. Behind him were 5 people walking side by side. They were all dressed in dark green, and each of them had a book in each hand. Walking at the back of the group was an old man in a plain white robe. He looked straight ahead, calm and composed, and had an extraordinary bearing. It was just that his bulging abdomen was a bit of an eyesore. "Kneel down," boy," the fruit vendor scolded softly. "Do you want to be whipped?" At the reminder of the fruit vendor, Keyes also knelt on one knee. Of course, this was only what the people around him saw. Just like when the fruit vendor talked to him, he only had eyes for a young man with a shoulder pole. But in fact, he just stood there and ate the apple clean. It was a chanter. Keyes thought for 2 seconds before he remembered where he had seen similar clothing and heraldry in a book. Those people belonged to a relatively small Druid sect called City Chanters. At this time, the group had already walked a few yards up the stairs. The old man in the white robe lifted the hem of his robe and walked up the stairs. His facial features were nothing special. Apart from his slightly hooked nose, his face was full of wrinkles, and his eyes were dull. It was hard to tell if he was good or evil. Chapter 1096. Messias tried on 4 coats in succession before he finally found a satisfactory dress for the petition day, a set of plain white silk clothes with a crimson tunic over the shoulders, a ruffled collar around his neck, and a gold breastplate inlaid with onyx and gemstones. On his feet, he wore a pair of dark brown calfskin boots made of the finest hickory wood, which produced a clattering sound similar to that of a horse's hooves when he stepped on the ground. Power comes with a price. Messias was well versed in this. When he was young, his father had personally held his hand and explained to him the principle: all power, the power to rule, the power to kill, the power to gather the will of the people, must be obtained with a price. Thus, even though he had just recovered from his injuries and was still feeling tired, he still had to appear in front of the petitioners in Valensburg today. He had the guards open the gates of the house, but only the audience hall outside the inner walls was opened. The inner chambers were the last bastions of the county magistrate, and outsiders were rarely allowed in. The inside of the examination hall was spectacular. The arches and windows were extremely tall, and the sunlight that shone through the stained glass was dyed in various colors. The air was filled with the rich smell of incense. After a long time, everyone was finally in place. The nobles and merchants in fine clothes were in the front row, the poor were in the back, and the poorest could only lean against the wall. A family guard walked along the line with an open gunny sack in his hand. As he walked past, the petitioners in the line reached into the sack and took out a wooden medallion. Before these people were led through the gate, they were all examined one by one, and it was only after they had ascertained that they were not armed that they were allowed to proceed. They passed through a field full of fruit trees and grotesquely trimmed shrubs, and finally entered the audience hall. Each of them received a number plate in order of 1 to 100, and the rich had no priority. Later, when a number is called, you will step out of the line and follow us to petition. Remember, the number plates are not to be traded or changed. Do not whisper to each other, do not fight, and do not spit on the ground. Otherwise, you will be whipped, and in serious cases, cut. The family guard walked past the petitioners, making sure that his words were heard by all of them. He was followed by 3 soldiers with halberds, and there were even more soldiers hiding behind rows of pillars in the audience hall. Harriman lowered his head and looked at the number tag in his hand. Number 89 could be said to be very far back. Before entering Warlensburg, he had dyed his black hair a reddish-brown with a dye made from insects to hide his black hair, which was very eye-catching on Tapt Island. But the hastily made dye had faded a little last night, and today he must buy a woolen kerchief from the market and wrap his hair in it. The first petitioner was an old man. He had come on behalf of the villagers to complain about the recent increase in rent, blaming their landlord for spoiling his son too much. Buy him a horse every month, my lord. That won't do. Everyone is starving, but that 12-year-old young master insists on riding the newly bought stallion. The name of your landlord? Asked Messias. It is Lord Gavin, my lord. I remember that his eldest son went to a duchy in the north a few years ago to study as a squire for a night, and was killed in a battle with the pirates of Joms. Messius thought for a moment, recalling the name Gavin. The collar around his neck made it difficult for him to lower his head or turn his head. Yes, my lord. Since then, Lord Gavin has doted on his youngest son more and more, replied the old man. Your story has been recorded, said Messius to the old man. We will discuss the decision as soon as possible. And so, one by one, the petitioners told the same sad story: unjust rent, arbitrary disinheritance, land grabs, and a young girl who asked for a sum of money to buy a wooden prosthetic leg for her grandfather, who had been crippled in the service of some ambitious ancestor of the feudal lord. I think the decision can be passed at once. Messius made a gesture, and a servant came forward and handed the girl a purse containing twice as much money as she had asked for. There was a commotion, and everyone was full of praise. He is not stupid. Harriman thought to himself. This magistrate, Messius, clearly knew how to prioritize when dealing with matters. However, such a person would also become very terrifying when they hated someone or something. At noon, the servants carried the table and benches into the hall, and the table was soon covered with bread, chicken, cheese, and steaming bowls of soup. The food was ordinary but rich. The petitioners sat down happily to eat, but the magistrate had already left the hall to dine alone. Harriman noticed that many of the petitioners remained, even though they had already petitioned. It was understandable that the poor would do so, but it was interesting that some of the rich would do so as well. The petitioning continued in the afternoon, and soon after it began, Harriman guessed why the rich had stayed. They wanted to see a spectacle, or rather, how their magistrate would deal with a storm. How Messius dealt with the matter would determine how the rich would treat a group of people who had been in contact with them. An old man in a plain white robe walked to the center of the audience hall and stood precisely on the relief of a fine horse on the floor. His voice was not loud, but everyone in the audience hall could hear him clearly. The position was well chosen, and Harriman saw the distance. As Herod, his knowledge often enabled him to draw parallels. Reverend Magistrate Messius, on behalf of the congregation, I would like to extend my greetings to you. Yesterday was the day of reconciliation, and the congregation took inventory of the past loans and unfinished construction projects. As he spoke, he extended his hand, and a congregation deacon in a dark green robe immediately ran over and placed a scroll in the elder's hand. The various landlords in the fief owe the congregation the following. Sir Anne Ruger built a mill, but there are still 500 silver cubes of material loan outstanding, and interest will be added on the overdue portion. Baron Winkler built 2 mansions and hired 33 certified craftsmen from the congregation, but there are still a total of 1,627 silver cubes and 15 copper. Lord Gavin built a first-class stable, but there are still 53 silver cubes of material and labor fees owed to the congregation. Last year, Magistrate Messius of Valensburg, that is, you built a drainage canal, a warehouse in the commercial district, a racetrack in the mansion, and a series of important city defense facilities that should not be disclosed to the public, as well as the repairs and maintenance of the spire. Including the discount provided to you and the taxes that the congregation has to pay this year, you still have a total of 36,000 silver cubes of debt outstanding. Interesting, Harriman thought to himself. Someone actually dared to demand payment from Messius on the petition day. His ears perked up as he carefully listened to the whispers of the people around him. Soon, he had a general understanding of the so-called congregation. As it turned out, it was an organization of druids, and the druids in it were the more obscure branch of city druids. Because they were favored by King Vixeth, the congregation had a lot of influence in the southern kingdoms. They relied on providing loans to the various feudal lords to build their territories, as well as contracting the construction projects of the various feudal lords to earn money to maintain the congregation's operations. There were also some merchants who had purchased the services of the congregation, but only a small group of the wealthiest merchants had the financial resources to do so. Some people guessed that the congregation was able to gain the support of King Vixith because they could build cities in the king's fief at a very reasonable price. The money used to support the construction of those cities was earned by the Druids from the various feudal lords and wealthy merchants. However, there was no concrete evidence. Through listening to the news, coupled with the knowledge gained from his higher education in King's Landing, Harriman had a clearer view of the congregation's actions than anyone else present. Apart from the congregation's operation model, he also had a rough idea of the congregation's objectives. Even though they did not worship a specific god, but since these Druids were of the City Druids branch, they could only promote their teachings by constantly building and perfecting larger cities, allowing the Druids within the congregation to grow stronger. Building a more complete large-scale city was undoubtedly in line with the intentions of King Vixith, who was known for his great talent and bold vision. That was why the congregation and the king came to an agreement. With the combination of the two, the congregation and the kingdom could both become more powerful. To be honest, this was very much in line with the concept of the scale of perpetual order in the Ramsey continent. In other words, King Vixith's choice to cooperate with the Druid conclave was actually the correct choice to lead the country to prosperity. However, Harriman vaguely felt that their model was different from that of the scale of perpetual order. The scales of Eternity Chamber of Commerce guided the development of the various city-states in the Ramsey continent. Generally, they would start by investing in the construction of high-standard roads. Then, such roads would naturally attract more pedestrians to walk on them and use them to reach the various cities. First, there would be more traffic, then the cities would develop and expand on their own. On the other hand, the model of the Southern Kingdom, Tapped Island, was the exact opposite. The king relied on the congregation to build attractive cities, then relied on these cities to attract more people. Actually, it was still unknown which of the two models was better. Harriman did not want to admit his superiority, so he felt that the model of Tapped Island was likely to be problematic. However, another person who was also listening to the congregation's petition, Keyes, who was standing in the corner of the audience hall with his arms crossed, felt that this model had its merits. Chapter 10, 97. In order to ensure the normal operation of the congregation, as well as the smooth progress of the construction projects of the lords, landlords, and wealthy merchants, I believe that within 10 days after the petition day, the sound of gunfire interrupted the elder's words. The chest and back of his white robe were dyed red by the blood that gushed out from his wounds. A few deacons in dark green robes rushed forward. Some of them tried to press on the elder's wounds with their hands, but to no avail. Among the petitioners, a man in a dirty, patched shirt ran desperately toward the door. He held a short, thick, double-barreled musket in his hand. As he ran, he fired at the guards of the Messias family who tried to pounce on him. "Catch him!" A deacon of the congregation yelled. He had just stood up beside the elder who had lost his life, and there was still a pool of blood on his hand. But as he clasped his hands together, a relief sculpture of a knight on the wall in front of the audience hall leaped out of the wall. The thin knight raised his spear and charged at the assassin. The man used the last shot in his double-barreled musket to disperse the knight in front of him. But as soon as he stepped out of the audience hall, a crossbow bolt pierced his throat. Messias stood up from his seat and tore off the stiff collar around his neck. In his other hand, he pulled out a crossbow from under his seat. Sheriff Messias led his men to the assassin's side. With the tip of his shoe, the man fell to the ground with his face facing the sky. Tell me, who sent you?" Sheriff Messias stepped on the man's chest and roared at him with spittle flying out of his mouth. Unfortunately, the crossbow bolt had already torn the man's vocal cords, and he could only let out a meaningless whimper. His face was turning purple, and it was obvious that he was about to suffocate to death. Messias frowned, perhaps because his shoe had touched something. He bent down and took out a piece of parchment from the man's chest. Although he was illiterate, there were still people in the audience hall who could read. Messias handed the parchment to a deacon of the congregation, who hurried over. "Read it to me," Messias said to the deacon. But the deacon stopped after a few sentences and whispered something into the sheriff's ear. "It's okay. There's nothing to hide from the petitioners." Messias waved his hand. "Read it out loud, and let everyone know who this man is." Well, the deacon had to obey. The current Joms Ranger, Carl, is hired by all the villagers of Catchlin Bazaar to eradicate the greedy elder of the congregation. Due to the latter's advice to Magistrate Messias, the residents of Catchlin Town are unable to afford the corresponding taxes due to the construction of buildings everywhere in the fief. This agreement is made in duplicate. After the bounty is completed, Carl himself can take this agreement to Catchlin and ask for the balance of the bounty, which is a total of 100 silver coins. The deacon's words immediately sparked a heated discussion among the petitioners. Most of the petitioners of the Catchlin Bazaar of Catchlin Bazaar. People were constantly exchanging their opinions in low voices, and the entire audience hall was filled with buzzing sounds like bees flapping their wings. "Silence!" Messias roared. "Where's the clerk?" Before his voice trailed off, a man ran out from the back of the audience hall with a quill in his hand. He seemed to have forgotten to put it on the table in a hurry. "My lord," the man panted, "write me a long list of words." Messias spread his hands in front of him, about a yard apart. "Tell my vassals, allies, and supporters who paid a despicable bounty, colluded with the Joms bastards who invaded Tapt, and plotted the murder of the elder of the congregation in front of me on such a holy day." Every strand of Messias's beard seemed to stand up as he spoke, and he looked terrible when he was angry. In an instant, the entire audience hall fell silent. No one even dared to breathe loudly. The ruler of Valensburg scanned the crowd with his eyes, as if looking for dissidents. "I will punish the outlaws of Catchlin Bazaar in the name of law and justice." He nodded with satisfaction. This was the right atmosphere. Messias reached out and pulled out the scepter tied to his belt. It was his 6-page hammer called the Morning Star. He gripped the handle of the scepter with his hand. "Of course," he said loudly, "I will also be merciful. Let's start with this poor fellow." He pointed the scepter at the assassin, who had a crossbow bolt in his throat, then bent down and smashed the man's head with the hammer, ending the man's suffering. The day of petition ended abruptly. Because of the sudden assassination, many petitioners' demands were not resolved. One of them was the Druid Conclave, which had lost an elder. Harriman followed the crowd out of the audience hall and immediately returned to the inn to find old Weather. He had already understood Messias's idea. It was time to go back to Catchlin and recruit allies for the soft Maple Expeditionary Force. Their lord was a very narrow-minded and insidious person. The townspeople had no other choice. Valensburg issued an order for the army to gather. The army could depart tomorrow and reach Catchlin the day after tomorrow to exact their righteous revenge. In other words, Harriman could find the gunslingers and dwarves waiting outside the city within a day, then rush to the town at full speed. Then he could persuade the law clerk and the villagers under his rule with a few words, then use a communication scroll to contact Grisus, and have him send people to Catchlin to help with the defense of the town. If all went well, the soft Maple Expeditionary Force would be able to exchange blows with the Lord and Sheriff of Catchlin Bazaar in 2 days. At that time, with their advantage in numbers and weapons, Messias would not be able to escape as easily as he did in the Battle of Birch Forest. And if King Vixais lost such a high-ranking official, the Soft Maple Expeditionary Force would quickly conquer and occupy his territory. The only problem was that if they took over Messias's territory too easily, the Soft Maple Expeditionary Force would be able to reap the fruits of their victory. Several cities, including Valensburg, villages rich in agricultural products, and the wealth stored in the mansions of the nobles. But their desire to plunder when they first crossed the sea would not be able to be vented on the people of the territory. This was a very tricky problem for an army, especially one that played the role of an invader. It was related to the morale of the army, but that was a problem for the mayor and the Lord's Council to worry about. Harriman did not want to solve it for them. Chapter 1098. Oh, of course. Times have changed. Old Weasel thought for a moment and said, "Nowadays, apart from a small number of bandits who practice bows and crossbows, most of them use inferior firearms to make up for the numbers. They don't like to use weapons like swords anymore." Harriman nodded. That was indeed the case. However, bandits who preferred firearms over swords didn't live long in the Ramsey continent either. That was because the patrols in the various cities were also issued firearms of better quality and longer range. Those bandits either died in a purge or were killed by their own firearms. However, Harriman couldn't help but think of the Japanese bandit group that had recently appeared in the Green family's territory. He wondered how they had been purged. Did the lightning monk in that group cause any trouble? Next, the guard at the city gate continued to shout for the people in the queue to walk to the city gate. Regardless of whether one entered or exited the city, one had to pay a gate fee of 2 copper coins. However, because there was a curfew in Wallingsburg compared to the cost of a night's stay in the city, it was undoubtedly more cost-effective to leave the city on the same day. Therefore, most of the farmers who entered the city to sell things would leave the city and return to their villages on the same day. The coins they paid would be used to pay the soldiers, repair the roads in Wallingsburg, reinforce the city walls, and many other things. However, the muddy road full of the smell of excrement under his feet made Harriman feel that the money was either not enough or had been used for other purposes. There was a sudden commotion at the city gate, but it was quickly suppressed. A few farmers pushing small carts retreated from the gate and made way for 2 people entering the city in the evening. A man and a woman rode into the city on horses. The woman was short and stout, with a large rat on her shoulder. She had a beautiful head of honey-colored blonde hair, but her eyes were cold, as if she was constantly scheming something. The man had a strong build, and his narrow hooked nose was particularly eye-catching, reminding people of vultures and scavengers. Both of them wore thick, dirty clothes, and their bodies were bulging from head to toe. They looked like horsemen who traveled through the night. However, what really caused the farmers to riot was their mounts. They were much larger than the average tapped horse. Harriman estimated that they were about 15 palms tall from their shoulders to the ground. Their bodies were pitch black, with only a tuft of white hair on their foreheads. The eyes of these 2 beasts were garnet red, and when they opened and closed their nostrils, a white mist would spurt out. The teeth in their mouths were not like those of ordinary horses, but sharp teeth like those of wild beasts. Harriman also noticed that the legs, chest, and waists of these 2 horses were covered in metal plates. Harriman, who was knowledgeable enough to match his title of Herad, could tell at a glance that there were definitely mechanical structures operating behind those metal plates. Otherwise, installing metal plates in those places would not only be meaningless, but would also increase the weight of the horses for no reason. The hooves of 2 tall horses stepped on the tiles near the city gate. In order to prevent the city from sinking, The city walls of Valensburg had a solid foundation, and the ground near the city gate was paved with tiles. However, the roads in Valensburg were obviously not of such high standards. The sound of the horses' hooves clanging against the stone tiles could be heard. Not only were the farmers frightened, but even the guards at the city gate, who had been notified in advance, were also shocked when they saw these creatures. However, because the guards knew some inside information, they were even more afraid of the two people riding on the horses. Ilavra! Harriman interpreted the words from the mouths of the guards as they whispered to each other. In Tapt's language, which was mixed with Pygmy language, the meaning of this accompanying word was more complicated. Enhancer or mutant, depending on the stress. Harriman immediately bowed his head. Because he was going to ride out of the city, he did not wear the woolen headscarf he bought. The ornament that covered his faded hair made him look more like a farmer than a rider with a good horse. Originally, the evening sky would have helped him. After the guards received the copper coins, they would not have noticed whether his hair was reddish-brown or black. However, the two Ilavra were different. According to Grice's information scroll, these modified people had keen eyesight. Even in the dark, they could find the best forest scouts of the soft maple people. At this moment, Harriman was a little envious of Old Weather. The old servant of the Green family had grayish-white hair because of his age. In addition, he could speak Tapt's language fluently, so he was no different from an old Tapt person. Number 27 and number 34 rode slowly on their horses. 2 days ago, they had just received an order from King Vixith. So, they returned from the swampy tidal flats east of Tapt and rushed all the way to Valensburg. Originally, their mission was to patrol the coast that was not suitable for landing, to ensure that the expeditionary force of the soft maple people did not unexpectedly choose to land there. They also had some companions who were trying their best to eliminate the spies sent by the soft maple people to the southern kingdom of Tapt. They wanted to prevent their own intelligence from leaking before the war. The reason why this special force of the kingdom was so scattered, at most 1 or 2 people would travel together, was because each of them was very strong and capable of completing the mission alone, especially those related to killing. Secondly, the kingdom was in troubled times and could not afford to spare more manpower. Otherwise, each member of this special force had received the corresponding training. They were fully capable of training and leading an army of about 100 people into the war quickly. They were the strongest army under King Vixitha's command. The training they had received since they were young ensured that there was no doubt about it. Each of them was an unparalleled blade, born from the tempering of the furnace. This was the literal meaning and not some embellishment. King Vixith searched the entire southern kingdom for these people. Some were from orphanages, some were from peasant families, and some were from wealthy merchants or noble families. However, after being selected, they had nothing to do with their past. They no longer had a name, only a code name. Only when they died in battle, which was actually very difficult, or when they had served the king for 25 years and completed their service, only half of the first batch had served, could they regain their name. Then, they would leave the army with their salary over the years, gifts from the king, and honor enough to glorify their entire family. They would spend the rest of their lives in any form they wished. This was King Vixitha's promise. It was carved in the form of words on a stone pillar, and that pillar stood in the middle of the king's audience hall. Every one of the king's vassals had seen the pillar, and they were all witnesses to the promise. And in order to live up to the king's promise, candidates like number 27 and number 34 had already paid a considerable price. They were taught how to read and write from a young age, how to survive in the wild, how to lead an army, how to use strategies, and how to fight. When they grew older, these people would be hung by ropes and lowered into a place called the pit prison. In the lotus-like pits, they had to fight with murderous criminals and hungry beasts every day, using weapons and even their bare hands to fight to the death. Although there were teachers with bows and arrows standing above the pit to watch over them during the fight, and if they were injured, they could also receive treatment from doctors and spellcasters. However, there were still some candidates who ended up with physical disabilities or simply died. After a few years of elimination training, the candidates who survived were close to adulthood. Their physical indicators, height, weight, etc., were also stable. At this time, they would go through an even more cruel test. They needed to receive forging. They would take a large amount of alchemy medicine every day to deal with what happened to them. For a whole year, a few mysterious spellcasters would modify the bodies of these young people. Their flesh, bones, and internal organs would be strengthened to support the various mechanical parts transplanted into their bodies. According to the different physical conditions of each person, the modifications they received would also be different. For example, some people's skin would be completely replaced by a type of magical metal, becoming invulnerable. Some people might have one or even several mechanical arms. Number 27 and number 34. The reason why their clothes were bulging was to cover up their modified bodies. It was not because of shame, but because they all knew that before fighting with the enemy, it was best not to let the enemy figure out their actual situation. After the modifications were completed, this group of young people would officially start their service. They used their own strengths to serve King Vixith. Most of the time, they were tasked with exterminating bandit groups that roamed the borders of the country. This way, not only could they ensure the stability of the country, it could also provide these modified warriors with a chance to fight on the battlefield. Unlike many knights who swore an oath of honor, this Olivera unit did not care about honor when carrying out their missions. Assassination, poisoning, sowing discord, they would do anything. Their honor could only be reclaimed after they retired. Before that, the king's orders were the first reason for their actions. That was why number 27 and number 34 weren't impatient when they were suddenly called back from patrolling the eastern tidal flats to Valensburg. At most, they were intensely dissatisfied with the main culprit who had caused their previous mission to be interrupted, the ambitious magistrate Macius. The actions of this feudal noble affected King Vixitha's overall arrangements. The two of them came to Valensburg to try their best to maintain the stability of the place, but they also had an optional mission. Whether it was to be carried out or not depended on the judgment of these two on Macius. Chapter 10, 99. Brother, Black Nose thinks someone is spying on us. Number 27, who had long blonde hair, used the opportunity of combing her hair to speak to her partner using ventriloquism. Number 34 didn't respond to her. He just looked at the crowd around him. His neck was able to move much faster than normal people. Number 34 didn't have any doubts about what number 27 said. The cyborg partners trusted each other's abilities. The black rat on number 27's shoulder was actually a mechanical animal wearing a bionic coat. Its main abilities were reconnaissance and anti-reconnaissance. 38 degrees southwest. The spies are there. Number 27 interpreted the information Black Nose sent to her and immediately reminded her. This time, she said it out loud because Black Nose reported that the spies were doing something else besides spying. That guy took out a weapon. He hit a military crossbow and wants to attack us. Before she finished speaking, a crossbow bolt was shot towards number 34. The hook-nosed man's feet were already out of the stirrups. He swooped forward like an eagle. He wrapped his arms around the neck of the giant black horse under him. After circling it once, he sat back on the saddle. The crossbow bolt had already deviated from its original target. Bang! The crossbow bolt lost its target and stabbed into a small cart of a farmer leaving the city. There were still a few turnips in the cart that hadn't been sold yet. The crossbow bolt pierced into the cart and burst open, bursting into a blazing fireball. The small cart was instantly blown to pieces. The farmer pushing the cart was also killed by the flames and splashing wooden thorns. The city gate was immediately plunged into chaos. The farmers who were still in line before all fled in all directions, desperately trying to get away from this troublesome place. Some of them turned around and ran into the city, while others fearfully bypassed the 2 men and 2 horses next to the gate. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos to get out of Valensburg. The guards tried their best to maintain order, but because they didn't have enough manpower, they couldn't do it. They used spears and the ridges of their swords to hit the running farmers. However, the farmers who saw the scene of death were like a herd of frightened horses. This deterrent force was obviously not enough to calm them down. At this moment, the 2 Alavras pulled the reins of their horses at the same time. The 2 huge black horses stood up and neighed. Their front hooves, which were nailed with thick iron claws, landed heavily on the brick ground near the city gate, causing brick fragments to fly everywhere. The roar of this kind of giant horse seemed to have some kind of magical power. The people who heard it all involuntarily covered their ears. Some of the more timid people were so scared that they directly squatted on the ground. At the same time, no. 27 also took down a short gun that was as thick as an adult's arm from her saddle hook. She held it with one hand and pulled the trigger in one direction. Pa! A faint green smoke rose from the barrel of the gun, and a grappling claw with a rope attached to its tail shot out from the muzzle. In the blink of an eye, the grappling claw shot out dozens of meters away. The flying claw caught the shoulder of a person who had lowered his body and was trying to escape under the cover of the crowd. That person was wearing a patched brown tunic with breeches and a pair of leather sandals. He was also wearing a fur-lined jacket. The military crossbow he used to ambush number 34 was hidden in it. When the assassination failed, the person immediately took off his fur-lined jacket and wrapped it around the crossbow before throwing it to the ground. That fur-lined jacket was worth some money. If someone who saw the money picked it up, it might be able to block a disaster for him. It was a good plan. Unfortunately, he met 2 Alavras who had eagle-like eyesight. The reason number 27 and number 34 were sent by King Vixith to patrol the eastern coast was because their eyes had been modified. The spellcasters had changed their eyes, adding more neural tissue and some sophisticated mechanical parts. Whether it was day or night, if there were no obstacles blocking their vision, they could easily see every blade of grass and tree tens of kilometers away. Moreover, within 100 meters, if they focused their eyes on someone, even a fly wouldn't be able to escape their gaze. The grappling claw dug deep into the assassin's flesh like a powerful hand gripping the shoulder blade of the assassin. Number 27, who was riding on the back of the black horse, put the musket back on the hook. She pulled the rope shot out from the muzzle and wrapped it around a protruding wheel on the horse's back. Then she patted the horse's neck with a specific rhythm. The wheel began to spin, wrapping the rope back into a disc. At the same time, it pulled the wailing assassin to the side of the black horse. "Soft Maple Man," said number 34, leaping from his horse and tearing off the man's woolen kerchief, revealing a head of curly, sallow hair. That was the color of most soft maple hair. Coupled with the wide chin, number 34 immediately made a judgment. Of course, that was only part of the answer he came up with. Every Oliveira was trained to be familiar with all kinds of calculations from a young age. You are a soft maple. The weapon you use is filled with explosive potions produced by Ramsay. You hid in Valensburg to attack King Vixith's soldiers. However, you are not necessarily obeying the decision of the soft maple mayor and the Lord's Council. After all, you soft maple people are all greedy idiots who only care about money. Number 34 picked the man up from the ground and whispered into his ear. The man tried his best to move his feet downwards, but he couldn't touch the ground. The assassin struggled to no avail. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat a thick phlegm at number 34. But even though it was only a short distance away, number 34 nimbly tilted his head and dodged the ambush. He clenched his other hand into a fist and punched the side of the assassin's waist, breaking several of the man's ribs. If you are not hopelessly stupid, you should know. Number 34 suddenly spoke in the language of the soft maple people. Even if a team of wolf knights under Macius came and took you away in the name of interrogation, they would not let you go in the end. Instead, they would shut you up forever. As if to prove his words, at that moment, a group of cavalry suddenly rushed out from the corner of the street opposite the city gate. The hoofs of the horses splashed mud everywhere. Even if the passers-by dodged in time, they would most likely be splashed with some of the stinky mud. The people on horseback were all wearing light armor with a wolf's head painted on it. As expected, the assassin's expression changed drastically. Number 34 raised his eyelids and glanced at number 27. The female Olivera nodded almost imperceptibly. The black nose on her shoulder had the ability to detect lies. The mechanical pet could collect the breath, usually the smell of sweat, of the people around it. By detecting the presence of a certain substance, it could determine whether the person's emotions or words were true. People who lied generally could not fool the pet, unless they had the help of a very skilled spellcaster or used some kind of alchemy potion to cover their body smell. "Don't hand me over to them," the assassin said in the language of Tapt. As a soft maple person, he could actually speak fluent and authentic Tapt. Obviously, if this person was not a spy specially trained by the soft maple people to spy for information, then he was a merchant who had come to Tapt a long time ago to do business with the people of Tapt. "I am the secret procurer of Wallingsburg," said the man, speaking quickly, endeavoring to show his worth. "First I was a smuggler, and then Messias employed me to procure flintlocks, cannons, and all sorts of alchemical materials from Ramsey, which are not found in Tapt Island. He paid with soybean oil, purple cedar wood, and gold. Today, he forced me to attack you. He gave me a pound of gold and said that he wanted to see the effect of the explosive potion." Number 34 narrowed his eyes. The Alaveras were educated and knew the laws of their country very well. He knew that in addition to soybean oil, purple cedar wood, and gold were goods controlled by the laws of their country. Only King Vixeth had the right to decide whether to use them to trade with the merchants of the Ramsey continent. There was no doubt that Sheriff Macius had violated the laws of the country and harmed the interests of the king. Damn it, the two Alaveras made a decision at the same time. The priority of this secret mission to Wallingsburg had to be increased. No wonder he's so crazy. Keyes looked at the ceremony in front of him and could not help but feel annoyed. At this time, he was squatting on an open window in the steeple of the sheriff's mansion. However, neither the people outside nor inside the window noticed him, an uninvited guest. Macius had returned to the interior of his steeple after the end of the day of petitions. The steeple was about 150 feet tall, and there was a spiral staircase leading to the top. However, Macius did not take the stairs. Instead, he took a large basket made of pulleys and went from the bottom to a room in the center of the steeple. No one came up with him. In fact, he was the only one who could enter this room. Even the servants who cleaned the place were not allowed to enter. Those who disobeyed would be executed. After entering the room, Messias used a flint to light a lamp in a niche. The flames spread along the hidden holes in the wall, igniting all the niches around the wall. Every niche was inlaid with a silver mirror. The light of the flames was reflected by the silver mirror and gathered in the center of the room. The rays of light intertwined and formed the outline of a huge palm with 6 fingers. Great monarch of darkness! Macius softly chanted a prayer. He then took out a piece of silk soaked in the blood of a virgin and cut it in two with a dagger. He then held the 2 halves with both hands and extended them into the picture formed by the rays of light. Chapter 1100. Keyes found it hard to imagine that there were people in Ramsey who believed in demons. It was true that the scale of perpetual order had a strong control over the Ramsey continent, but there were believers of the sovereign of darkness on Tapped Island. This showed how powerful the demons were. They were like weeds in the fields. Even if a wildfire could not burn them down, they would grow again when the spring breeze blew. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, even the 7 hills, heaven has seen traces of demons before. Keyes comforted himself. Compared to the situation in the Ash world, it's not hard to accept the appearance of a few demon believers in Ramsey. Anyway, the scale of perpetual order did not deliberately prohibit the spread of the knowledge that the Emperor had mastered. However, no matter how he comforted himself, Keyes was still a little unhappy when he saw the familiar emblem. You're just like a dogskin plaster. No matter where you are, you dare to stick out your deformed 6 fingers. He cursed in his heart. Graz ZT deserved it. The short summoning ritual was over, and Messias crawled up from the ground. The sheriff of the southern country of Tapped stared eagerly at the shining demon emblem in front of him. Great monarch of the gloom, he said sincerely, using the broken language of the abyss. It was difficult for the human tongue to imitate the scratching of the words of the creatures of the abyss. Your servant pays his respects to you. The light in the room remained the same, but the 6-fingered palm formed by the reflection of the light in the niche moved. The powerful demon of Asgrath, far away in the abyss, responded to the summoning of the believer. Messias immediately asked the demon to cast a distant vision spell on him, and the 6-fingered palm agreed. Graziti's evil emblem, formed by the converging light, immediately turned into a smooth, round mirror. At the gate of Wallingsburg, the commotion caused by the 2 Alavras when they entered the city was all seen by Messias. Similarly, the demon lord and Keyes, who was watching the show with his arms crossed, knew what was happening. In this regard, Graz ZT did not say a word. The powerful demon lord was still busy with other things. He had 3 times the territory of other demon lords, so naturally he was 3 times busier than his competitors. Therefore, it was very likely that the one who responded to Messias was just a consciousness that Graz ZT had left in his silver spire to answer the prayers of the believers. The demon's distant vision spell was very detailed. Not only did Messias see his secret procurement officer, but he also heard what he said after he was captured to save his life. Soft maple merchants without any honor to speak of, Messias cursed, showing the panic in his heart. Although he knew that the Alavra's king was, he did not expect the transformed humans to be so difficult to deal with. Great monarch of gloom, Messias prostrated himself reverently. He already knew the intentions of King Vixethius, and could only give the order to assassinate the 2 androids. However, the 2 transformed humans were unharmed after being shot by crossbow bolts at close range. What was more frightening was that they even captured the assassin. Just like what he did, he never overestimated the loyalty of others, especially when that person was a soft person. I beg for your help. The enemy has entered my fortress, and I fear that my subordinates are powerless to stop them. Powerless to stop them, or do they not have enough reason? Graz ZT's voice came from the empty light. Although the light was gathered by the bright lights, it gave off a gloomy feeling. Of course, I, the great demon lord, the sovereign of darkness, have been known for my generosity for countless centuries. I generally do not refuse the requests of my loyal servants. Messias lowered his head and took out a piece of parchment from his chest. It was densely filled with names. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. These are the names of some of my allies within the borders of my kingdom. They all meet the requirements of your instructions. I believe that if you can use them, you will be able to establish your church within the borders of your kingdom much faster. As if drawn by the light, the parchment floated up from Messias' hands and was quickly caught by the invisible hand within the light. The moment the parchment disappeared, a black dot appeared in the center of the light and quickly expanded. Messias looked up and mustered his courage, preparing to witness the descent of a terrifying demon. However, what puzzled him was that the black hole that had opened up to the size of a person's bladder quickly closed, as if it had never appeared. Not only that, the light that had gathered together disappeared into thin air. All that was left in the middle of the room was a cloud of hazy smoke and a stain on the ground that had been scorched by the light. Great Sovereign of Darkness, Messias tried to ask, His Majesty Graz ZT has returned to his chambers. The voice came from behind Messias. The sheriff, who was lying on the ground, suddenly rolled to the side and arched his body toward the source of the voice. That was a dark corner of the room. No one could and should be hiding there. My name is Arthas. The voice suddenly sounded again, but this time it was not in the language of the abyss, but in the common language of the southern region of Tapt. Messias looked up abruptly. The person who spoke was standing behind him again, so he could not see the person's face clearly. Instead, Keys, who was squatting on the windowsill, watched everything that happened in the room with great interest. After the black hole appeared in the light curtain that summoned Graz ZT, a man walked out of the black hole. He walked with strange steps, always keeping himself in Messias' blind spot. When he said the first sentence, he had already placed his palm on the sheriff's head, even when the latter was rolling on the ground. And it was obvious that when the man introduced himself, he had already obtained everything he wanted to know from Messias' brain. Not only was he fluent in the common language of the southern region of Tapt, Keys guessed that there were other things as well. The man was wearing a pure black robe. His black hair was combed into a ponytail. His temples were slightly white, and his forehead was smooth. His cheeks were thin, and his face was expressionless. But judging from his ebony skin and thin body, this man was most likely of dark elf blood. And that was the truth. As the son of Graz ZT and a beautiful dark elf priestess, Arthas, who had black skin and 6 fingers, looked like his father when he was younger. In terms of cruelty and hypocrisy, he was almost the same as Graz ZT. But due to the defect of being a mixed blood, this half-abyssal dark elf did not have his father's magnificent temperament or foresight. Of course, it also depended on who he was compared to. One of Graz ZT's competitors, the demon Lord Edimachus, who once ruled the cranioccipital region, 507th layer of the bottomless abyss, had suffered greatly. In Graz ZT's recent attempt to overthrow Edimachus' rule, Arthas played a key role, using potions and his own charm. He successfully lured Edimachus into the Well of Darkness, a terrifying prison in the bottomless abyss. Due to the attitude of Ma Yuan, the permanent prisoner and warden of the Well of Darkness, who had the title of Godslayer, towards the prisoners, Edimachus, who had lost most of his followers, would not be able to leave the Well of Darkness for the rest of his life. After that victory, Graz ZT gave Arthas the command of most of his demon army. A few secretly mocked the monarch of darkness for not noticing his son's political ambitions. Arthas foolishly thought that this was a sign of Graz-Zt's fear of him, and he began to secretly plot against his father. However, this made the black-hearted Graz-Zt immensely proud. A son who did not live up to his father's name was most likely a traitor. Moreover, by giving Arthas so much honor, the monarch of darkness had more reasons to order him to do more things. For example, he had Arthas come to a material plane alone to help a noble follower who served him. On the surface, they had come to Ramsey, a material plane with a poor reputation. Moreover, they had come to Tapped Island, which was considered a remote area in Ramsey. Rather than saying that they were here to carry out a mission, it would be better to say that they were here for a vacation and relaxation. However, Arthas did not know that this plane was actually a vassal of a powerful megalosaurus that had recently risen to fame in the multiverse. For Keyes to kill the powerful son of the demon lord, it was not much more difficult than squashing a flea. Even though he had been careful enough to read the information in Messias's brain as soon as he arrived, how could the black-hearted Graz-Zt not predict his son's actions? The cunning Six-Fingered had already set up many traps and misconceptions in the head of the sheriff. Therefore, the information that Arthas read was seriously inaccurate, and he had no idea how dangerous his trip was. Just like the feat that he was most proud of, which was to send a demon lord to the side of the previous Godslayer, Graz-Zt did not spend much effort to send his overly ambitious son right under the nose of the new Godslayer of the multiverse. Of course, out of respect for his six-fingered father, Arthas still maintained an appropriate level of vigilance. "You can't see me. I am invisible in your eyes." The man relied on his extraordinary footwork to deceive Messias without batting an eyelid. "All you need to know is that I will take care of the two Alavras. To me, this is an order from the great monarch of darkness. To you, this is a favor. Those who know how to be grateful usually know how to cherish opportunities. Do you understand what I mean?" It was not easy for the son of the demon lord to come to a material plane, and naturally, he would not forget the traditional art of publicly asking for bribes. Chapter 1101. In the end, Messias used the 30 pounds of gold he had prepared to appease the city's Druid Guild in exchange for Arthas's order to act as soon as possible. The demon lord's son promised that he would use a method that would not arouse suspicion to help the sheriff get rid of the two modified humans. Keyes, who was watching the whole transaction with his arms crossed, saw the whole process. A demon that can be bribed with money. Keyes wanted to laugh. How miserable is Prince Arthas in the abyss? What he did not know was that Arthas was the son of Graz-Zt and was authorized to command most of the army by Six-Fingered. So Arthas had to be on guard against assassinations at all times in the abyss. As long as he was in the abyss, he had to spend a sky-high price to hire a team of 36-armed snake demons to protect him. The salary given by Six-Fingered was far from enough. After reaching a deal with Messias, Arthas instantly jumped out of the window. Keyes stuck to the outer wall of the steeple in time, so he was not touched by the demon lord's son, who was rushing to earn some extra money. Arthas had inherited the extraordinary agility from his mother and the super endurance of the demon Tana Ree. He lightly tapped on the roofs of several houses in Wallingsburg and arrived near the open city gate. At this moment, the wolf riders that Messias had arranged to wait here had just turned the corner of the street. More than 40 riders and their war horses roared through the street, attracting almost everyone's attention. This made Arthas's super stealth skills seem redundant. He walked lightly into a circus that was preparing to participate in the autumn harvest celebration in the city. He wandered around the encampment as if he was taking a stroll and soon found what he needed. In a circus like this, in addition to the freak show, the knife-throwing performance, and the unskilled spellcasters who knew how to perform magic tricks, there were usually specialized beast tamers in the circus. After entering Valensburg, the The circus troupe would set up camp at the edge of the city for fear that the wild beasts would escape and attack the citizens. This place was not far from the barracks of the garrison troops, while being able to obtain additional guards. It was also convenient for some of the street ladies in the circus troupe to do some yee-yah-yah business with the soldiers who sneaked out of the barracks to have fun. Arthas happened to bump into a man and a woman who were working at the edge of a wall in a hurry. He walked behind the disheveled soldier and patted him on the shoulder. Immediately after, this person was stunned for a moment. His body also stopped moving, and he even shuddered all of a sudden. Just when the lady thought that the transaction was over, the soldier suddenly extended his hand and pulled out a short dagger hanging on his belt. He forcefully stuffed it into the lady's hand. "Ah!" The woman screamed. The corners of the soldier's mouth curled up, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. Then he forcefully grabbed the woman's wrist and stabbed the dagger into his heart. Uffed. Hot blood spurted out and splashed onto the woman's face. She screamed as she hurriedly pushed the corpse that was still in contact with her to the ground. She did not care that her dress was still tied around her waist. The woman dragged her shoes and ran out of the circus station as fast as she could. Not bad. We have a motive for the crime. She wanted to escape, so she opened the animal pen and released the beast inside. Arthas, who had personally directed all of this, tiptoed and lightly leaped over the corpse lying on the ground. With one step, he jumped to the side of the animal pen more than 10 yards away. The half-demon dark elf tilted his head and thought for a second or two. Then he hooked his finger and opened the gate of the animal pen, where a stag was locked. This was a large antler deer that the circus usually used to pull carriages. Because it had been castrated, it had a docile temperament. Arthas used his extraordinary charm to charm it to walk out of the animal pen. Then he stroked its neck and said a series of evil words that mortals could not understand in an extremely gentle tone. The stag abruptly stood on the spot and raised its head high. The gonads on its lower body that had been cut off suddenly bulged, causing its skin and flesh to appear somewhat transparent. One could see the blood vessels on it with the naked eye. However, the blood flowing in those blood vessels was not red blood, but some kind of strange dark green liquid. As the bulge continued to pump and shrink, the liquid was quickly absorbed by the male antler deer's body. "Let's go, my brave warrior." Arthas smiled with satisfaction, tapped his lower lip, and wiped the tip of the stag's nose with his finger. This natural creature that had been corrupted by the demons immediately let out an angry roar. It lowered its head and rushed to the fence near the circus's station. Accompanied by the cracking sound of the wooden board, the stag that had transformed into a ferocious beast rushed into the streets of Wallingsburg. "Brother," sitting on the back of the horse, number 27 suddenly looked up into the distance. Blacknose had just reminded her, with a low squeak, that it had sensed an evil magic wave nearby. It was the first time that number 27 had heard a mechanical familiar describe something like that. A magic wave was a magic wave, so why would it be labeled with the word evil? Although she was confused, she still reminded her partner in time. Number 34 immediately knocked out the captured soft maple assassin. He took the rope gun from number 27's saddle hook and tied the captive into a dumpling with a piece of rope. Then he threw the captive on the back of No. 27's saddle and let the giant black horse carry the captive instead of handing him over to the guards of Wallingsburg near the city gate. "I'll go check out the situation. You guard the city gate first." After saying this concise and comprehensive sentence, number 34 flew into the distance, leaving his black giant horse to number 27 to look after. As partners, they were very familiar with each other, so there was no need to explain too much. Just like number 27's modification focused on reconnaissance and anti-reconnaissance, number 34's ability was more suited for launching surprise attacks and breaking out of encirclement. Even if Magistrate Macius really didn't care, as long as number 27 could guard the city gate for a moment, number 34 was confident that he could break out of the encirclement with 2 men and 2 horses. In the worst-case scenario, he would just have to abandon the 2 giant black horses. He could still break out of the encirclement with his partner. However, the cost of breeding each giant black horse was very high, not to be outdone even by Alavras. If they lost their mounts, it would be difficult for them to be assigned a new one in the short term. They would have to rely on their 2 legs to rush about for missions. He flew towards the place where the sprinting wolf riders were coming from. On the long street, more than 30 riders blocked the road tightly. However, none of these horsemen drew their weapons. Their mission was only to eliminate the secret procurement officer sent by Messias, not to become enemies with King Vixus's Alawira. Get out of the way. The leader of the riders saw number 37 charging towards the group of horses, and it was clearly too late to rein in his reins. He could only shout at Alavras. However, number 37 didn't stop. Instead, he ran even faster. The streets trembled from the trampling of the horses. Thunder rumbled, covering the exclamations of the crowd not far away. Just as the leader of the riders was at a loss, more than half of the wooden and brick houses on the side of the street suddenly collapsed with a crash. He turned his head in surprise, and a majestic deer with large antlers suddenly appeared in front of him. It was like a tree that had emerged from the horizon. Its branches stretched out, swaying in the wind as it gradually grew larger. Soon, a small forest formed around it. The stag had antlers that were 10 feet wide, and its height was comparable to 2 people stacked on top of each other. Its head was lowered, and its horns were like swords. Dust flew under its hooves, and after smashing through the houses, it plunged into the group of sprinting wolf riders. Bang, bang, bang. Several war horses were sent flying by this huge creature that suddenly rushed out from the side. The war horses fell to the ground, their necks broken, and their hooves kicking wildly. On the other hand, the giant antlered deer that had single-handedly stopped the entire charging team was only a little dizzy after the collision. Layers of bone shells had grown out of its neck to disperse the impact of the impact. The deer snorted and shook its slightly cracked antlers. It charged straight at the nearest cavalryman, who pulled out his saber. The rider slashed at its neck, but the stag's momentum didn't decrease. Its antlers pierced into the belly of the rider's mount, and it ruthlessly sent the disemboweled warhorse flying along with its rider. Immediately after, it turned its head and stared at number 37, who was already in front of it with a pair of frosted glass eyes. Ong! The stag let out a strange cry, and its tongue suddenly popped out. This wasn't a tongue that a normal deer could have. It was like a poisonous snake that was ready to strike. On the tip of its tongue, there was a layer of hard shell that emitted a metallic luster. If one were to be poked by this thing, the result would definitely not be pleasant. Be careful! A sprinting wolf rider immediately shouted. Although they were instructed by County Governor Messias to get rid of the soft maple assassin and, at the very least, give the 2 Alavras a show of strength, the county governor didn't let them kill the 2 Alavras. After all, the other party was the envoy of King Vixus. However, it seemed that Alavra didn't need help. At the last moment before the strange tongue of the deer reached his body, number 37 suddenly leaned his body to the side to avoid the barrage of tongue guns. Moreover, he leaped over the stag's head, and with his hands supporting his neck, he flipped in midair and stood on the back of the deer. His agility was so strong that even acrobats had to admit that they were inferior. The stag snorted and angrily neighed. It turned its head, which was spewing white steam, and wanted to bite the man standing on its back. But at this time, a steel all suddenly appeared in number 37's hand, and he stabbed it into the eyes of the deer. Immediately after, he jumped again and flipped to the roof of a house on the street. Blood flowed out from the deer's eyes. Its mouth and nose were stained with blood, and the white fur on its face and chest were quickly dyed scarlet. Chapter 11:02. It should be rewarded. Keyes suddenly appeared behind the Demon Lord's son, who was watching the show, and commented in an affirmative tone, "It's not good for you to bind it too tightly. Sometimes those transformed creatures have their own personalities. For example, this giant antlered deer that is fused with part of the hormone glands of the Bugala demonic ape is now struggling to break free from the unreasonable goal you set for it. Arthas was like an injured cat. He quickly teleported away from the spot and then tried to counterattack. However, the situation was a replica of when he faced Messias in the Spire. Key's voice always sounded behind him, and no matter how he moved or dodged, the voice followed him like a shadow. It had no intention of letting him go. From Wallingsburg to the forest around the city, from the abandoned mine to the warehouse full of grain, from the fishy smell of the fishing port to the sparkling sea, no matter where he went, Arthas could not get rid of the entanglement. Am I seeing a ghost? The Demon Lord's son was shocked and afraid. With his knowledge, he did not know how the other party could accurately follow him through the advanced teleportation. He did not know what a quantum life form in the state of non-existence, non-non-existence was. He also did not know that Keyes did not leave the window of the spire in Wallingsburg when he was following him like a shadow. He did not know that after following Graz Zetis' orders and rashly entering the Ramsey Plain and encountering the Megalosaurus, his fate had become confusing. The demonized giant antlered deer howled. The blood flowing out of its eye socket quickly stopped, and a brand new eyeball popped out of its eye socket. It was just that the size was slightly different from the uninjured eye. In order to grow this eyeball, it had paid a price. Most of the fat stored in its short tail had disappeared. It lifted its front hooves and stomped heavily on the muddy street, then lowered its head and rushed toward the house where number 34 was standing. The huge antlers slammed into the wall, and the ladder shattered into pieces like a piece of paper. Oliveira, who was skilled in martial arts, had already jumped high and threw an apple-sized bullet at the roof under his feet. The apple exploded, destroying the beams and other supporting structures of the house. The entire roof collapsed, and the demonized giant antlered deer was crushed into the ruins. Number 34 landed lightly, and 2 short axes appeared in his hands. He pulled them out from behind his belt because he felt that he might have to use these 2 brotherly axes soon. Number 34's right eye spun wildly. The special eye catalyzed by biotechnology activated thermal vision. He found that the monster crushed in the ruins had undergone new changes, and its body was constantly twisting. Roar! With a shrill roar and the rustling sound of rocks falling, a brand new giant antlered deer suddenly appeared in the center of the pile of rubble. It still retained some of the characteristics of a giant antlered deer, but it did not walk on all fours. Instead, it stood on 2 hind legs that had become thick due to mutation. This also made it more burly than before. It was as tall as 3 people stacked on top of each other. This wild, ugly, and strange giant had sharp antlers and jagged fangs. Its 2 front legs had mutated into 2 abnormally thick arms, like some kind of huge gorilla. It probably relied on its knuckles to walk on the ground when it walked, and when it didn't need to walk, these 2 legs obviously had other uses. It stretched out 2 palms that were about the size of half a roll-up desk and easily grasped 2 pieces of the collapsed ceiling. It raised its hands and threw them to the street. There was no need to aim deliberately. The two pieces of ceiling smashed down on several wolf riders who were crowded together. The other piece of ceiling smashed towards number 34, but it was dodged by Alavra's reaction speed and outstanding jumping ability. This scene provoked the monster. Previously, number 34 had pierced its eye with an awl and buried it in the rubble. It was full of resentment toward him. As the monster roared, it kept waving its thick arms. Its pair of forelimbs were like shovels, lifting up the ruins of the buildings around it, forming a curtain made of bricks and wooden pillars. Number 34 could still dodge, but the wolf riders and the other houses on both sides of the street were not so lucky. There were more than 30 wolf riders, and only 7 or 8 of them were able to retreat to the far end of the street. Most of the rest were knocked off their horses by the rubble. Their mounts were even more pitiful. The well-trained, high-quality war horses were all paralyzed on the ground and whining. Their bodies were embedded with many rubble and huge wooden thorns. Red blood flowed out from the wounds, mixed with feces and urine due to the shock. The air was filled with a pungent smell. The long street near the city gate had become no different from a slaughterhouse. The monster looked up to the sky and roared, listening to the sound. It seemed to have a sense of satisfaction. It walked out from the ruins, and from time to time it would grab a wolf rider that had fallen to the ground. Then it would bite off an arm or a leg from those people, chewing their flesh with crunching sounds. After being demonized, its eating habits were also changed, although in theory it was actually an omnivorous creature, but under the circumstances, it still preferred warm flesh and blood, especially the tender flesh of bipedal creatures. It ate to its heart's content. What's going on? Messias looked out from the window of the steeple. Although Valensburg was a city, its scale could not be compared to the cities on the Ramsey continent. Thus, he could vaguely see the commotion near the city gate with his naked eye. The city guards had been alarmed, and almost all of them had rushed out to the area where the monster had appeared. When marching at night, even if they were in familiar city streets, they still had to light up a large number of lamps to illuminate the troops. Looking down from the steeple, the troops were like fire snakes, winding their way to the long street where the incident had occurred. The ringing of the bell brought Messias back to his senses. He did not allow anyone to enter this room in the steeple without permission. In order to prevent certain situations, he had installed a bell in this room. If something urgent happened, the servants guarding the hall would pull on the rope and ring the alarm bell hanging in this room. Messias immediately ran to the elevator and shouted to the servants waiting below the steeple. Someone untied the rope that held the weights and slowly lowered the elevator to the center of the hall. "My lord!" A knight wearing a shiny breastplate walked into the hall and knelt on one knee in front of Messias. He placed one hand on his chest and said, "The sprinting wolf knights are on standby. The wolf cubs can't wait to avenge their fallen brothers." Messias glanced at the commander of the sprinting wolf knights. The other party was just a puppet he had supported. Although the knights were nominally hired by him, the commander of the sprinting wolf knights had always been Messias himself. "Yes, but you have to wait. The sprinting wolf knights are not suited to fighting a monster in the streets." Messias was speaking the truth. As a strong light cavalry unit, the sprinting wolf knights had always been trained to harass and hunt down scattered soldiers in the wilderness. They were not suited for street fighting. "I understand, my lord," but the commander of the knights was also at a loss for words. The sprinting wolf knights were formed and trained by Messias himself. Every rider could be said to be the trusted aide of the sheriff. They were usually arrogant. Because of this, A few days ago, another cavalry unit was lost in the birch forest near Cachalin. Today, another cavalry unit was scattered in their headquarters, Valensburg. These two defeats in a row were very difficult for the conceited sprinting wolf knights to accept. As the leader of the puppet knights, it wasn't an easy task for him to suppress the restless wolf cubs. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by another visitor, Magistrate Messias. The man wore a dark green robe and a white linen gown underneath. His attire revealed his identity without a doubt. Deacon, Messias replied simply. You shouldn't have come at this time, he added inwardly at the same time. As one of the 6 feudal lords of the southern country of Tapt, Messias was well aware of the importance of alliances. Not only did he have allies in the abyss, this man also had his own allies in various fields. Even in the city of Druids who were loyal to King Vixith, there were still some people who had connections with him in some way. The elder is dead. The man calmly stared at Messias, a trace of fear on his face, but it quickly disappeared. Messias frowned. Wasn't this matter already known in the afternoon? Not only was this man present at the time, but he also summoned the relief knights to stop the assassins. More importantly, before this dramatic scene took place, the two of them had already discussed it. I'm very sad, Messias said. Everyone is sad, but the future generations have other things to do. Seeing that the deacon did not shy away from his words, Messias could only temporarily dismiss the commander of the sprinting wolf knights. The congregation needs to elect a new elder to guide the construction of Valensburg and the surrounding territories. And I urgently need a persuasive supporter like you. Hearing the deacon's words, Messias suddenly felt a little more relaxed. He thought that some difficult problem was about to be thrown in front of him, who would have thought that a business deal would be delivered to his door. I'm very willing to support you, even if it means going with you to the congregation to participate in the voting. But as you probably know, a monster has appeared on the streets of Valensburg, and I really can't leave. In half an hourglass, the deacon interrupted again. I'll help you clean up the mess. On the streets of the city, our strength can be fully utilized. Neither a Lavra nor that monster can affect the appearance of Valensburg. Then I'll set off immediately to participate in the congregation's voting. In 1 hourglass, I'll personally write your name on the Book of the Great Builder. Thank you. Mutual benefit. Chapter 1103. Harriman stroked Radish's bristling mane. This fine horse was clearly uneasy. Explosions and cries of shock came from the street, not far from the city gate. Apart from that, there was also a strange roar of a beast. I have to make some preparations. Don't be like the last battle where I can't get the potion. Harriman thought. He carefully opened the satchel on the horse's back and took out a small glass bottle filled with some blue liquid. He then slid it into a secret pocket sewn into his sleeve. Originally, he wanted to inform old Weather and let this old servant be more alert. If the situation was not right, he had to escape first. However, old Weather was currently hunched over, his entire body hidden behind the figure of his old horse. His 2 hands were crossed in his sleeves, and his aura was somewhat strange. Harriman knew that the reason his father sent old Weather to follow him was probably not just because this old fellow could write. So mysterious. Harriman muttered in his heart as he pulled Radish's reins and took 2 steps forward. At this moment, many farmers and merchants who were originally waiting in line to leave the city were protesting, wanting to squeeze out of the city gate together. After all, the commotion not far away did not make them feel at ease. Moreover, these people were not locals of Valensburg, so naturally they did not have any feelings for this city. Number 27 sat upright on the horse's back, and another huge black horse belonging to number 34 stood beside her. The two huge black horses stood in the center of the road, taking up a third of the way out of the city. The mechanical, magical pet named Black Nose on her shoulder had already disappeared, and no one knew where it had run off to. At this moment, if someone dared to stare into her eyes, they might be able to see strange reflections. Warning, abyssal demons, aura detected. Warning, opponent suspected to possess spell-like abilities. Warning, suspected signs of demon order activity. A series of notifications sounded in number 27's built-in bone conduction cochlea. These were the results of the analysis obtained by the mechanical magical pet, Black Nose, when it gathered samples near the battlefield. And these conclusions gave number 27 a bad feeling in her heart. Previously, although she already had some prejudice against Wallingsburg under Macius's rule, she was still unwilling to believe that there would be such a degenerate place in the southern country of Tapt. Abyssal demons, demon order, these were all terms that Alavras had only heard of in books and classes. The teacher who taught them had once clearly explained the meaning of these terms. Abyssal demons are otherworldly creatures from the bottomless abyss, and the demon cult is a cult that worships the power of demons. They are the great enemies of all humans. Whether it's Tapt or the Ramsey continent, humans have the same attitude toward these things. Whenever they are discovered, it usually means that the seeds of disaster have sprouted. The best outcome is to cut off the meat in time to stop the damage and prevent them from spreading throughout the country. Cut the meat to stop the loss. Number 27 narrowed her eyes as she recalled the term she heard during Alavra's training. The question is, how much meat do we have to cut to stop the loss? Thinking of this, she suddenly made a decision. First, she used the short-range communicator implanted in her body to send a short message to number 34. Then, she pulled out a rechargeable wand from the saddle hook and aimed it at the city gate behind her. Fet, she whispered the activation spell. Following her soft cry, a fist-sized fireball suddenly shot out from the tip of the wand and landed on the wooden lever of the iron fence of the city gate in an instant. With a loud bang, the lever was blasted into two by the fireball. The iron fence fell down with a clatter, perfectly fitting into the preset depression on the ground. Immediately after, number 27 chanted another spell, but the accent was slightly different from the Fet just now. The bottom of the iron fence was instantly heated, softened, and then melted by the spell. When it cooled down, it would be stuck in the hole in the stone of the city gate, unable to be lifted by the iron chain. Unless the entire iron fence was removed, there was no way for people to pass through the city gate. "What are you doing?" The sergeant guarding the city gate questioned number 27 loudly. He unsheathed the long sword at his waist, and several crossbowmen followed behind him. The halberd guards who had been suppressing the crowd near the city gate also turned their spearheads and aimed at number 27. "To prevent you from doing anything stupid," number 27 said coldly, and then pulled the reins. The black horse raised its front hooves high in the air and drew a semicircle in the air, forcing the sergeant to duck and dodge. "By the order of King Vixith, from now on, the city defense of Valensburg will be temporarily taken over by the Oliveira Legion. I order you to disperse the crowd at the city gate. Before the new order is given, no one is allowed to enter or leave Valensburg." As she spoke, number 27 raised her hand and pointed at the bricks of Valensburg's city gate. A shield-shaped insignia immediately appeared on the wall. In the middle of the shield was a sword perpendicular to the ground. This was the family insignia of King Vixith. Every major city within the borders of the kingdom was built by the Druid faction, and such insignia was reserved on the walls of important buildings. Only those with the permission of King Vixith and the secret key and ciphertext could reveal it and use it to prove that they were the king's emissaries. Therefore, when number 27 summoned this insignia, no matter how much the sergeants at the gate complained, they had to obey number 27's orders at this moment. Although the sergeant guarding the city gate of Valensburg was definitely one of Magistrate Messius's trusted aides, he still couldn't disobey number 27 without his lord's permission because she was exercising the king's authority. "Yes, madam," the sergeant replied loudly. Then he turned his head and looked at the people in the queue, including Harriman. "Didn't you hear what this madam just said? Before the city gate opens, no one can pass through here." Among the peasants who were preparing to leave the city at night, a small-scale protest broke out. They shouted and cursed in a low voice. However, facing the halberds and spears pointed at them, they could only choose to compromise. Many people pushed carts and carried poles, trying to bypass the rioting streets and find a place to stay before the curfew. Harriman and Old Weasel also led their horses and hurriedly left this troublesome place, ignoring the sergeant major, who was purposely making things difficult for her. Number 27 pulled on the reins of the giant black horse again. The mount under her, as well as the one she was leading, which belonged to number 34, immediately turned around and charged towards the tall walls near the city gates. "That bitch wants to," the sergeant's eyes widened in shock. As it turned out, just as the two black horses were about to hit the wall, they jumped up at almost the same time. Then, the two horses' front hooves landed on the wall. Then, they actually started to gallop on top of the wall. Due to the craftsmanship of the construction, the base of the wall was much wider than the top, and the surface of the wall was actually not perpendicular to the ground, but rather shaped like a trapezoid. However, galloping on top of the wall was still a magical sight that the sergeant could not understand. Looking at the direction that number 27 was galloping in, the sergeant deduced that the king's envoy's destination was the other way out of Valensburg. "Quickly go to the stables and ride a horse to report to the governor. Tell him that an Alavra has already sealed off the city gate and is now running towards the water gate." The sergeant pulled a guard over and whispered a few words into his ear, telling him to quickly report the situation to Messius. Unlike the city gate here, the water gate was specially prepared for the various large guilds in Valensburg. There was an endless stream of merchant ships coming in and out every day. After these merchant ships paid the fees to enter and exit the city, they could enter and exit the water gate through a specially repaired and widened waterway. They could travel between the docks in the city and the large river 2 miles outside the city that flowed directly to the seaside. The fees that merchant ships had to pay were much higher than the fees that farmers had to pay through the city gate. Even the smallest merchant ship had to pay at least 5 silver cubes. The taxes collected by the water gate were one of the most important sources of income for Messius. These merchant ships were also the main source of Valensburg's foreign trade. Even the slightest interruption might cause the various large guilds in the city to be unhappy and could even threaten Messius's rule. Therefore, when the sergeant saw number 27 running towards the water gate, he immediately sent someone to deliver the message so that the governor could be prepared. However, what he did not know was that Messius had too many urgent matters to deal with at the moment. He really did not have the time to listen to a messenger's report. Although a deacon of the city's Druid conclave had already reached a deal with him, Messius could not be completely at ease before the deal was completed. At the very least, he had to withdraw the city's garrison troops that were engaged in close combat with the monsters to prevent unnecessary losses from the conclave. After all, every member of the city's garrison was a professional soldier that Messius, had spent real money to train. Losing even one of them would cause him great heartache. When there were only 10 steps between the two sides, the assault team of the Wallensburg garrison army raised their shields and blocked In front of them, when the two sides were only 5 steps away, the assault team threw short spears at the monster, and then rushed forward without thinking. The soldiers' boots slipped on the wet ground, but they quickly stabilized themselves. The soldiers in the front row maintained their squatting position and pushed the monsters in front of them with all their might. Their arms also felt the recoil from the monsters' attacks. The shields of the second and third rows of soldiers covered the heads of the soldiers in the front row. Those trapped in the shadows could hear the echoes of the monsters' attacks on the shields. The soldiers in the front row of the shield formation took every opportunity to stab their swords into the gaps between the shields, hoping that the tip of their swords would be able to tear through the enemy's flesh. Chapter 1104. The city guards of Wallingsburg were already engaged in battle with the monster. So, where did number 34, Oliveira, go? As it turned out, after the remaining wolf riders had retreated in panic, there were no longer any unsightly bystanders. Number 34 displayed his specialty. The bulging clothes wrapped around his body were constantly torn apart and reassembled. This Oliveira, who specialized in assault, changed his appearance in the blink of an eye. Seeing the city guards coming from afar, number 34 immediately disguised himself as one of them. As long as the captain of the city guards didn't recognize people by their faces, number 34's disguise would be impossible to see through under the cover of the night. Reality proved this point. Not only did he successfully blend into their team, he was also arranged to be the first batch of assault team members in the tortoiseshell shield formation. Unlike what most people imagined, unless they were at the end of their rope, commanders rarely ordered their troops to form the tortoiseshell shield formation in the wild. This kind of formation was most often used in sieges and street battles. The advantage of using the tortoiseshell shield formation was that it provided a relatively safe and enclosed space for the soldiers. However, because the tortoiseshell shield formation itself limited the soldiers' tactical movements and vision, wise commanders rarely ordered the formation of the tortoiseshell shield formation in a large-scale battle. Moreover, forming the formation was a technical skill. Not all soldiers could easily master it. Normally, only professional soldiers who had been trained regularly could form the tortoiseshell shield formation that had a certain degree of tactical difficulty. For example, the city guards of Wallingsburg, they had to train every other day, so they were no strangers to fighting in formations. Usually, they relied on the tortoiseshell shield formation to suppress the gangs that caused trouble. However, they weren't facing bandits who would flee in all directions after being killed. Instead, they were facing a monster that was as tall as a 2-story building. The captain of the city guards organized 2 tortoiseshell shield formation assault teams to intercept the monster from both sides of the street. However, it was clearly not enough to suppress the monster. Not long after, number 34, who was hiding in the formation, heard the sound of the shield shattering and smelled the scent of fresh blood. Fortunately, the long-term training had shown results. The city guards of Wallingsburg had a much higher fighting spirit than number 34 expected. Not only did they not retreat, after the shields in the front row were shattered, number 34 even saw some of them pick up the horn pot in front of them and gulp down a mouthful of something. Then, their faces became redder and redder due to anger. In the end, they all let out a roar that could shatter bones. Some of them even threw down the shields in their hands and charged straight at the monster. The standard weapons of the city guards were spears. However, the assault team members in the tortoiseshell shield formation would normally use short spears or broad short swords that was convenient. Most of the commandos who drank the diluted version of the bull's strength potion were young lads at the front. Although they weren't as well as the tortoiseshell shield formation, as well they had better stamina, and they had better eyes. after drinking a pot of medicine. These people who were filled with strength immediately turned into fearless berserkers. They sacrificed their lives and fought against the monsters. They're good soldiers, but number 34's eyes flickered as he thought to himself, "It's a pity. More than a dozen commandos who had given up their lives and drank the diluting potion of Ox's strength would definitely be able to turn the tide of a battle between dozens or even hundreds of people. However, the enemy they were facing now wasn't human. The bone conduction device in number 34's ear had received the message from number 27. He had learned that the monster had been corrupted and transformed by the Abyss Demon. Previously, the monster that had the characteristics of a bighorn deer and a berserk ape had only shown physical strength. However, number 34 knew what the Abyss Demon was. There was no way this monster only had this much ability. It probably had some spell-like abilities that it hadn't used yet. However, there were many types of Abyss Demons, and each of them had different spell-like abilities. Even though number 34 had been trained in the study of demons, he still couldn't figure out the enemy's abilities at a glance. Hopefully, these dozen people can force the monster to use spell-like abilities, number 34 prayed in his heart. Although these soldiers were Messias's subordinates, they were, in essence, soldiers under King Vixith. As long as the county governor's problem was solved, these well-trained soldiers would definitely be able to win glory in the upcoming war against the Yomians and Soft Maple invaders. That would be more in line with King Vixith's interests. The power of chaos continued to rise. Coupled with the many wounds on its body, the demonized monster's mind gradually became clearer. Its intelligence was originally similar to that of a bighorn deer, but it kept increasing. Pain was the best teacher, and chaos was its source of motivation. In the beginning, it only relied on its thick skin and immense strength to deal with the attacks of those small people. Gradually, it learned some other things. Perhaps this wasn't too accurate. That was because those dodging postures, controlling the muscles to close the wound, and the techniques to better use the two ape arms to perform punches were all things that appeared in its mind in a flash of inspiration, and it could master them to the point of perfection in 1 or 2 breaths. With one punch, it knocked down a little bean that had stabbed a sharp short spear into its lower abdomen. It casually pulled out a short spear that was about the length of its forearm, and the wound was immediately closed by its knotted muscles. It held the short spear in its huge fist as if it was holding a wooden spike. With a flip of its hand, it used the short spear to skewer another soldier who had climbed onto its back and was about to swing his sword at its neck. Then it brought the soldier who couldn't help but scream to its mouth and used its sharp teeth to viciously tear off one of the soldier's arms. Crunch, crunch! Even in the battlefield, where all sorts of sounds were mixed together, the chewing sound still stimulated everyone's nerves. To this monster, chewing was just an instinct. Flesh was sweet, and it could only taste the sweetness in large mouthfuls. It felt that, as it ate, the fatigue in its body and the pain from its wounds were quickly fading away. Apart from that, it also felt that its chest was a little itchy, so it used its huge palm to scratch its chest. With a ripping sound that sounded like silk, the skin on the monster's chest was suddenly torn apart by itself. It couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, but it soon grinned and laughed. It turned out that on its chest, that was covered by dark and dirty fur, there was a huge mouth that was half the size of a human. The mouth was like a vertical eye, and there were countless barb-like fangs on the eyelid. A scarlet tongue that was stained with dark green mucus and covered in barbs drooped down from the corner of its mouth like a long snake slithering out of its hole. With a swoosh, the long tongue curled around the meatball that was skewered by the wooden spike in the monster's hand and immediately cut it into pieces. The tongue was extremely agile. It twisted and curled up a few large chunks of minced meat before it quickly retracted back into the huge mouth on its chest. With this extra mouth, its eating efficiency increased by many times. This is the characteristic of the Bugala demonic ape. Number 34's eyes narrowed. Gorilla arms, upright feet, and a huge mouth on its chest. These obvious physiological characteristics allowed him to roughly guess which kind of abyssal demon bloodline this demonized monster had inherited. So, seeing this, Number 34 recalled the relevant knowledge he learned in demonic studies classes. He immediately decided to use the correct method to deal with this enemy, which he used to deal with the Bugala demonic ape. He quickly escaped from the tortoiseshell formation. In fact, the shield formation had already disintegrated after the failed assault. Therefore, even though Number 34 was in the center of the shield formation, it didn't take him much effort to escape. A deserter? When the captain of the guards in charge of supervising the battle saw this scene, he thought Number 34 was going to run away. He rushed over with 2 guards with halberds in their hands. However, they were still half a beat too slow. Number 34 jumped high after he escaped from the shield formation. With a hook of his palm, he successfully grabbed the eaves of a building on the street and flipped over to the roof. The clothes on his body were torn apart and reassembled. Soon, he was back in Alavra's ordinary military uniform. Then, Number 34 hammered his chest twice, and at the same time, a long string of syllables that ordinary people couldn't understand came out of his mouth. He used the only 2 abyssal words he knew to challenge the monster, who obviously had the bloodline of the Bugala demonic ape. Although the abyssal inhabitants often became the claws of powerful demons or demon lords, the Bugala demonic ape was actually not a demon. Some scholars classified such monsters as primitive demons, such as the demon-hunting spider and the 3-headed snake. Perhaps one day, they would complete their supernatural evolution and transform into a new, complete Tana re-demon, but they had not achieved this point yet. The reason why the Bugala demonic ape was classified as primitive demons, not the Obilus demons, was not only because scholars had not found a specific type of fallen soul that could give birth to the Bugala demonic ape. The Tana re-demons were all fallen souls in various material planes in the multiverse transformed in the abyss, but also because the Bugala demonic ape had the characteristics of a naturally evolved community. The powerful Tana re-demons could only rule and command other demons through violence and fear. They did not have the concept of community. In the abyss, the Bugala demonic ape would often form small communities like the apes in the prime material plane. The leader of this community was the most powerful warrior or an individual designated by the powerful demon that the community served. The struggle between the communities was part of a complex hierarchy, which was difficult for non-Bugala demonic ape demons to understand. However, some demonic scholars came to the conclusion that the Bugala ape demons would obtain spoils of war from public killings, and these spoils would be given to the leader of the community to enjoy first. If the other Bugala ape demons in the community had doubts, then they would have to redetermine the hierarchy through battle. That was what Number 34 was doing now. He issued a challenge to the monster, who was eating the bodies of the city guards of Warlensburg. If it really had the bloodline of the Bugala demonic ape, according to the characteristics of that monster, it would not turn a blind eye to it. Chapter 11:05. The monster threw a short spear at Number 34's feet. This was its response to the challenge. Number 34 hurriedly dodged to the side, and after dodging the short spear, which smashed a large piece of roof tiles, he landed heavily on the street. He rolled to the side to reduce the impact, and after getting up, he sprinted into the distance without looking back. Thanks to the city guards who had purposely evacuated the crowd, there was no one in front of Number 34. Because the monster had just been challenged, It ignored the guards who tried to stop it. One big and one small, one in front and one behind. One was a cyborg, and the other was a mutated monster. It was as if the two of them were running a race, one chasing the other down the long street to the square in the center of Valensburg. All the houses and shops they passed by closed their doors and windows in advance. Stop! Don't come any closer! Before number 34 reached the entrance of the Messias family mansion, the family guards outside the fortress yelled at number 34. Then, without waiting for number 34 to respond, the archers among the guards fired a volley of arrows at him. Dozens of arrows whistled uneasily as they fell at the same time. Number 34 quickly raised his hands and crossed them above his head. His two wrist guards split open with a whoosh and stretched out into two oval-shaped shields. When the arrows landed on them, they could only produce clanking sounds and clusters of sparks. The person in charge of commanding the Messias family guards was a man in his 40s. He was tall and sturdy, and his head was clearly shaved. Now, there was a messy gray stubble. Although he had a frightening physique and a ferocious appearance, it was clear that he had received education from the way he spoke when he was commanding the troops. Furthermore, he was quick-witted and had a clear understanding of the strength of the family mansion's defenses. He was not blinded by the sudden attack. Seeing that the crossbows could not stop number 34's footsteps, the man immediately ordered a guard beside him to blow a bronze horn. The rhythmic sound of the horn transmitted some kind of message. In an instant, the entire mansion seemed to have come alive. More than 100 armed family guards walked up to their respective defensive positions in an orderly manner. Soon, the mansion that was also used for military purposes revealed the appearance of a fortress. Number 34 dodged a large number of arrows by running at high speed, while those that couldn't be dodged were blocked by the shields on his wrists. As for the monster that was following closely behind him, it didn't even try to block or dodge the toothpick-like arrows. However, with number 34's hearing, he did not hear the noises when the arrowheads dug into the flesh despite the interference of the shrieking arrows. His skin is really tough, number 34 thought to himself. However, that guy still hadn't used the advanced teleportation spell, an abyssal demon's specialty, so it probably didn't have this kind of spell-like ability. This was good news. In the span of 7 or 8 breaths, number 34 finally arrived at the Messias family's mansion. The guards on the wall no longer drew their bows and shot arrows. Instead, they picked up their axes and halberds that had sharp protrusions at the top and began to stab and hack at the enemy from above. Number 34 didn't raise his shield to block this time. He jumped to the side with all his might. 6 chains with sharp claws suddenly drilled out from the gaps in his clothes behind him. They grabbed the corners of the wall and carried number 34 over the wall like a swing, drawing an arc in the air as they fell into the mansion. The 6 chains were like the tentacles of an octopus. They were abnormally agile and powerful. They grabbed the walls, pillars, and bronze statues in the garden of the Messias family's mansion. They carried number 34 over the crowd, the houses, and the blooming heather. Finally, they arrived at the tall steeple at the back of the mansion. With the help of the 6 chains, number 34 climbed to the top of the steeple at an extremely fast speed. The monster behind him, on the other hand, was not as graceful and agile as him. Even though it had managed to charge into the Messias family's mansion, it could only rely on its 2 powerful hind legs and thick forearms to climb over the walls. Otherwise, it would have to bend down and use its antlers to clear a path, completely destroying the weak obstacles and collapsing them. Then, it would have to walk through the ruins. It could be said that most of the attacks of the Messias family's guards ended up landing on this demonized monster. Of course, they also paid the price of more than a dozen casualties. Moreover, This didn't include the injuries of the cooks, gardeners, and other servants who were accidentally injured because they couldn't dodge in time. As for the financial losses caused by the monster's crossing, no one had the time to calculate them yet. How did they get in here? Hearing the commotion outside, Messias strode out of the hall at the bottom of the steeple and saw a monster charging at him. More than 20 loyal family guards immediately stood in front of the patriarch, blocking him in 2 rows. The people in the front row were holding infantry tower shields. They wedged the shields into the cracks in the floor tiles and leaned on the shields for support. The people in the back row were all holding spears that were more than 12 feet long. The bottom of the spear was pressed against the ground. The spear shaft was placed in the groove on the upper edge of the shield, and the tip of the spear was raised. Messias didn't move. He only had a crossbow in his hand, with an explosive rune engraved on it. The county head didn't want to show the slightest bit of cowardice in front of his subordinates, but when he saw the monster charging at the shield wall, his palms couldn't help but sweat a lot. Although the monster easily knocked over the shield wall, its body was pierced by 17 or 18 bloody holes by the 12-feet-long spear. Messias aimed at its head and fired the explosive rune engraved on the crossbow. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, when the crossbow arrow was about to hit its head, the monster suddenly twisted its neck, and the crossbow arrow hit its tree-like antlers. The explosive crossbow bolt directly blew off half of the long horn on its head. Dark red blood spurted out from the broken horn. The monster's head also had many scorch marks that had been scorched by the flames. Roar! The monster roared into the sky. Some family guards who could still fight hurriedly used their spears to stab its neck, but the tip of the spear was blocked by a circle of bone plate hidden under the fur on its neck. Just as the monster went berserk and was about to flatten the little beans that had harmed it, number 34, who had climbed halfway up the spire, suddenly roared out a series of words in the abyssal language at the monster. Just like before, he was challenging the monster. Therefore, the monster ignored the family guards who were stabbing it. It even temporarily set aside its hatred for the explosive crossbow arrow that Messias shot at its thigh, causing its short tail to be blown apart. It used its 2 thick palms with sharp nails to climb up the steeple in front of it with its hind hooves that had great friction. One had to admit that the monster's climbing ability was truly astonishing. Its climbing technique was like that of an ape, but also like that of a mountain goat that walked on cliffs all year round. Even though number 34 had 6 chain claws and was as nimble as a spider in terms of climbing speed alone, that Sergeant Alawira was still no match for this monster. Between the two, another race of speed was played out. Due to the uniqueness of the racetrack, not only could the people around the street see the race, but all the residents of Valensburg could see the 2 foreign objects crawling on the steeple from afar. The mansion of the Messias family was brightly lit. Huge candles made of high-quality oil were lit at the top of the defensive towers at the protruding parts of the mansion. The light was then reflected by the large mirrors onto the snow-white steeple. These candles and mirrors were originally defensive searchlights, so the light that shone out was stable and straight, almost chasing number 34 and the monster all the way up. Looking up at the 2 figures, one big and one small, who had climbed dozens of feet, Messias stopped the family guards from shooting with crossbows and even ballistae. He turned his head to look at a man in a dark green robe, who was much slower than him and had just walked out of the hall at the base of the steeple. "Lord Deacon," Messias emphasized the word deacon to remind the members of the city's Druid conclave that the deal between them had not been fulfilled. "I hope you can take care of these bastards who offended my honor. Leave no one alive." He gritted his teeth as he spoke. The city's Druid nodded slightly. The firelight left mottled shadows on his face, making it difficult for others to see his face clearly. "Of course, Lord Sheriff," he replied. "After all, Both your time and mine is precious." With that, the city's druid began to chant an incantation. After a short burst of explosions, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the towering steeple. The strength of a druid lay in the environment. Naturally, the city's druid would be able to unleash his abilities better in the city. In particular, every blade of grass and every tree in Valensburg was designed and built by the city's druid conclave. As the deacon finished his incantation, the outer walls of the steeple suddenly changed. Stone pillars as thick as beams quickly shot out from the outer walls of the steeple. Number 34 might be able to dodge the attack by relying on his smaller body, but there was no way the massive monster that was following him could dodge the attack. Several stone pillars shot out and slammed into the monster's abdomen like a boxer punching a fist. The cracks in the bricks of the steeple under its feet and its palms were twisted and deformed, making it difficult for it to hold on. Every time it tried to swing upwards using the stone pillars, the pillars would shrink back into the steeple, and the places where they disappeared would become seamless. It was impossible to tell that there was something protruding out of the steeple. However, the bloodline of the Bugala demonic ape not only gave this monster great stamina and resistance to physical attacks, but its climbing skills were also astonishing. Although there were many dangerous situations, it was always able to get through them without any mishap. Then, it continued to chase after number 34, and continued to climb upward. The deacon wanted to force the two of them to fall to their deaths from the outer walls of the steeple, but he always came close. "Well then, I'll make it more difficult for you, two bastards." The deacon cursed in his heart as he chanted another incantation. Chapter 1106. Following the deacon's imagination, the stone pillars on the outer walls of the steeple retreated, leaving behind a pile of rubble. What replaced the surface of the steeple was many densely packed tiny spikes, which could not be seen clearly from afar. However, there were other changes that even the guards on the outer walls of Valensburg could see. The entire steeple was divided into more than 50 different layers, and each layer was rotating. The two adjacent layers were rotating in opposite directions, like pieces of rapidly rotating millstones. When these millstones began to rotate, one of the monster's hands happened to be stuck in between two layers. The rotating millstones and the dense spikes on them crushed a section of the monster's finger under the cutting force. In an instant, the monster let out a miserable cry that could be heard throughout Valensburg. In pain, it lost its grip, and its huge body fell a long distance. At this moment, it was about 200 feet from the ground. If it fell, it would be severely injured even if it did not die. Thus, as the monster slid down, not only did it use its sharp claws to dig into the walls of the steeple, it also used its hooves to stomp on the ground to stop its fall. On the snow-white outer walls of the steeple, there was a trail of dark red blood stains. However, in the end, it managed to find a foothold and hung on to its huge body. In this process, the huge mouth on its chest also made some contributions. The long tongue inside secreted a large amount of mucus, which was constantly sprayed into the gaps between the various layers of the steeple. The mucus quickly dried, and thus fixed the rotating outer walls of the steeple, making it easier for the monster to dig into the outer walls of the steeple, creating holes for it to grab onto. It was now hanging on the two adjacent layers, its hooves stepping on the lower layer, and its powerful upper limbs grabbing onto the holes in the upper layer. The two layers of the millstone-like steeple were tightly glued together by the mucus, no longer rotating. Like many others, Harriman was also surprised as he watched the chase on the outer walls of Valensburg's steeple. However, unlike those who were mainly there to watch the show, he saw something. In particular, the scene of the deacon of the Druid faction casting spells and changing the shape of the spire to resist the enemy allowed the intelligent Harriman to more or less guess the inside story. The relief knight that appeared in the audience hall when the people were petitioning during the day, the transformation of the outer walls of the spire when the demonized monsters and modified humans ascended the spire. Harriman could not help but look at the surrounding streets with a suspicious gaze. Is it only Messias's mansion that has such a layout, or is the entire Valensburg built by the church controlled by the city druids? If it was only the former, it could be explained by the fact that Messias had added extra security measures to his house. If the latter was the case, it meant that the entire city of Valensburg could become a terrifying war machine when necessary. If the Soft Maple Expeditionary Army wanted to capture the city, it was almost certain that they would have to fight a siege or street battle. The city that suddenly came to life would definitely be a fatal blow to their army. Even if the Expeditionary Army captured the city in the end, the losses on their side would drive them crazy. In the end, Mayor Grisus and the other members of the Soft Maple Council would most likely order, burn their houses, and salt their land. That King Vexeth is really generous. Harriman sighed in his heart through what he had seen during the day of prayer. He knew that the Druid faction in that city was not under the jurisdiction of the fief. They were loyal to King Vexeth. He guessed that the far-sighted monarch of the southern kingdom of Taphut had probably expected such a day to come. That was why he had supported the development of the Druid faction in the past few decades, and the latter had contributed more than a dozen cities like Valensburg to him. Each of these cities was a living fortress. Even if they were breached, they would still cause great damage to the invaders. And as long as the invaders burned the city out of anger and killed people, the power brought by the hatred would be fed back to the people of the country. Link after link, King Vexeth's plan was like a spider's web, both complex and effective. "Young master, we should go now." Seeing that Harriman was still staring at the distant spire in a daze, Old Weasel, who was sent by Grimm to record the entire process of his coming-of-age ceremony, could only remind him. He had just used the bag of silver coins Harriman had given him to buy 2 passenger seats and the right to ride on a transport ship belonging to the Textile Guild. This was a huge sum of money, and the captain of the ship was obviously raising the price. But this could not be helped. At the water gate of Valensburg, the representatives of the various guilds were confronting the same woman. Dozens of guild guards pulled out their swords, and some even took out their bows and muskets. Not only did Oliveira, who rode on a huge black horse, give them immense pressure, but he also gave them orders that they could not obediently follow. Otherwise, they would not want to confront that woman. I've said it before. By the decree of King Vexeth, the city defense of Wallingsburg will be temporarily handled by the Oliveira Legion. Number 27 looked at the crowd in front of her with disdain. A revolving flintlock cannon had appeared in her hand. From time to time, she would aim the cannon at the hostile guards, causing them to tremble in fear. "This water gate must be closed. Before we receive the next order, no one can enter or leave the city." In the crowd, a stout guild representative wearing a tasseled shirt opened his mouth and said, "My lord, you may not know this, but this guild pier and the 60 yards of waterway outside the city are all the private property of Magistrate Messias. It does not fall under the jurisdiction of Valensburg. The various merchant guilds have rented the right to use it from the magistrate, and we have a document as proof." As he spoke, he held up a piece of yellowed parchment with some torn edges. However, the parchment had a layer of wax on it, and the terms on it were still rather clear. "This pier is the lifeline of the various guilds' trade. We need to use it to send and receive goods day and night. Even if it is only for a single night, the delay in the delivery of goods will result in a huge penalty. The guilds may be able to bear it, but the small merchants that rely on the guilds for survival will definitely not be able to bear it. They will instantly go bankrupt because of your orders, and their families might even be separated. That person's words were forceful and reasonable, and received the support of many other guild representatives. Number 27 frowned when he saw this. Even though she had temporarily taken over Valensburg's defense, the problem of Magistrate Messias had yet to be solved, and it was still difficult for her to command the entire city's garrison. At the very least, she could not mobilize the city's garrison to suppress these guilds apart from using her personal strength. Looking at the short canal in the distance, while number 27 and the guild representatives were in a standoff, small cargo ships began to move quickly towards the water gate. These small cargo ships often carried merchants who wanted to leave Wallingsburg to avoid trouble when things went south. Number 27 suspected that there might be demon worshippers hidden among these people, or spies that the invaders had sent into the city. Her eyes scanned the surface of the river, and her modified eyes gave her night vision. A cargo ship with 2 livestock standing in the cabin suddenly attracted number 27's attention. "I saw these 2 horses at the city gates just now." Number 27's mind raced as she recalled the scene she saw not long ago. She did not pay much attention to Harrimund and Old Weather at that time. But their owners wanted to leave the city by land, and the city gates were blocked. They actually came to the water gate so quickly. How much do they want to leave the city? These 2 horses aren't carrying any goods, and one of them looks like a military horse that was specially bred for battle. Number 27's eyes narrowed as she thought of this. She was determined to stop the small cargo ship with the banner of the Textile Guild. "Let's stop it first. Those 2 people are most likely suspicious. Once they are attacked and exposed, I can use facts to shut the mouths of these guild representatives." Therefore, ignoring the guild representative who kept arguing with her about terms like ownership and right to rent, number 27 used her modified eyes to quickly measure the distance between her and the small cargo ship. She then raised her revolver, raised the muzzle to a specific angle with the ground, and quickly pulled the trigger. Bang! A round cannonball about the size of a pear flew out from the muzzle of the cannon. It arced through the air in a parabola and accurately landed on the cargo ship that was about 200 yards away from her. "What the hell are you doing?" The few guild representatives were shocked when they saw number 27 open fire. However, when they realized that number 27 was not shooting at them, they quickly stopped the guild guards from attacking. No matter what, this freak Olivera was a subordinate of King Vixith, and she had already proven her identity through the emblem. If they attacked her for no reason, even with Magistrate Messias' mediation, if King Vixith insisted on holding them accountable, these guilds would not be able to bear the consequences. Open your eyes wide. Number 27 ignored them and quickly moved the revolver of her revolver. Take a good look at who is on that ship. Also, where is the representative of the Textile Guild? Why don't you explain it to me yourself? Are those 2 members of your guild? Don't play dumb. Chapter 1107. The cannonball fired by number 27 accurately hit the mast of the Textile Guild's small cargo ship. The wooden mast, which was as thick as a bowl, broke into 2 with a kacha sound. The mast with the square sail drooped down, and almost all of it fell into the canal. Harrimund and Old Weather looked at each other and stood up at the same time. Under the surprised gaze of the shipowner, they pulled the 2 horses and jumped out of the cabin. The place where they entered the water was less than 10 yards away from the water gate. Whether it was a horse or a person who knew how to swim, they could easily swim over. As long as they got out of the water gate, the horses would be able to carry the 2 of them and quickly leave the area of influence of Valensburg. However, anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell at a glance that the 2 of them were not in the right state of mind to rush out of Valensburg in such a hurry when they were being obstructed. In fact, among the representatives of the various guilds who were confronting number 27, the representative of the Textile Guild immediately felt that he was in a difficult position. Those two are not from our guild. They should be passengers who came here temporarily. The cargo ships of the guilds were not always full of goods. Sometimes, due to cost considerations, it was not surprising that they would carry some passengers. But now, no one was willing to stand up for the Textile Guild. The other guild representatives even moved their feet slightly and stood further away. Close the gate. Close the water gate. Ignoring the representative who was still trying to defend himself, number 27, who seized the initiative, shouted at the guards on the water gate without hesitation. These people were not part of the city's garrison, nor were they the guards of the various guilds. Instead, they were the guards of Magistrate Macius's household. Originally, they would not have bothered with number 27, Oliveira. These people were stationed at the water gate to protect the private property of the feudal lord, Magistrate Macius. The representatives of the various guilds led their guards to confront number 27, and these people watched the show from afar. But even they could tell that Harriman and Old Weather's actions of swimming out of the city gate were not normal. Therefore, number 27's shout immediately woke up the guards on the water gate, and they involuntarily chose to follow his orders. Crock, 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 as the guards on the water gate worked together to turn the winch, two doors made of cast iron and oak planks treated with asphalt as the main body, installed with parallel sliding rails on both sides and covered with a layer of iron nails on the outside, slowly fell into the river from the bridge-like city gate of the water gate. If the water gate was sealed, unless 5 people worked together to pull the winch up, it would be difficult to open it again. The city's Druid Guild had tested this water gate when they were designing it. Even if they used ballistae to bombard it continuously, it would last at least a tenth of an hourglass. This period of time was enough for the garrison troops to completely destroy the water gate and block this path. With just 2 people and 2 horses, wanting to break through this water gate was no different from a fool's dream. Needless to say, number 27 was still chasing after them with his flintlock cannon. The guards of the Messias family on the Watergate-covered bridge had also taken out their bows and arrows to stop them. "Young master, you go first." Old Weather, who was floating on the water, suddenly spoke to Harriman, who was swimming in front of him. Then he suddenly pressed down on the neck of the horse he was hugging tightly. After the 2 of them leaped into the canal with their horses, they used one hand to grab onto the horse's neck and the other to push forward. At this moment, with Old Weather's forceful push, the horse neighed in fright. Then its nose and mouth were submerged in the cold river water, and a large gush of bubbles gushed out. Using this force, Old Weather jumped out of the water with a whoosh. Then he stomped on the horse's head that had just emerged from the water. This old man, who was close to 70 years old, actually leaped over a dozen yards in the air and landed on the bridge above the water gate like a cannonball. After landing on the ground, his stooped body rolled forward like a rubber ball, avoiding the swords and sabers of the Messias family guards that were slashing at him. When he stood up again, his 2 hands, which were always holding each other, pulled out 2 sharp spikes that were about the length of his forearm from both sides of his sleeves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a few sudden thrusts, his shoulders moved his arms, and the spikes pierced into the chainmail of several guards. Every time he pulled out the spikes, blood would spurt out from the guards' wounds, but this blood did not stain Old Weather's wet robes, not even a drop. This was the first time Harriman had seen this old servant's ability, and he could not help but be stunned. However, Radish pulled him back to reality with all his might as he tried his best to swim forward. The corpse of an old horse was floating on the water behind him. It was motionless, and blood was flowing out from its nose and mouth. Just now, Old Weasel had borrowed strength from its body and directly killed this mount. The cold river water caused Harriman to tremble. Not far away, the water gate was already halfway down and would soon reach the surface of the river. He increased the speed of his paddling. Keyes squatted at the top of the steeple and looked through the layers of bricks at Arthas, who had returned to the demon summoning room, and then glanced at Old Weather, who was showing off his skills near the water gate. Finally, he looked at the two figures on the outer wall of the steeple. The former number 2 bandit in Soft Maple City, the only one left after being chased by the juniper tree on the day of his escape. He remembered Old Weather's identity. However, this was not something worth paying attention to. Being a servant in the Green family in Emeraldwood City was definitely a better job compared to being a bandit. It did not harm one's health and effectively prolonged the bandit's life. "You're quite energetic." From the corner of his eye, he saw Old Weasel pushing a water gate guard to the side of the winch and nailing the unlucky bastard to death in the winch's wheel with spikes. Quest commented objectively. Then he turned his attention to Android 34 and the demonized monster. With Old Weather's help, it should not be a problem for Harriman to rush out of Valensburg. As for whether Android 27 would chase after them, Keyes felt that she would not have such thoughts in a while. Her partner, Android 34, would not be able to hold on for long, even though everything was still a mystery right now. Controlling the 6 metal flying claws, Android 34's condition was much better than the monster created by Arthas. He was not crushed by the steeple that had turned into a millstone-like steeple, and he was not injured for the time being. Moreover, when the monster was accidentally injured and fell, Android seized the opportunity to pull out 2 battle axes and jumped down from a high place, slashing at the monster's hanging body. Slash. Android 34 dodged the remaining half of the monster's antlers, and the 2 battle axes slashed at the monster's shoulder blades, tearing off a large piece of the monster's flesh with the momentum of falling. His feet stepped on the monster's back, and the 2 battle axes were like mountaineering axes, slashing rhythmically at the monster's back. Not only that, but the 6 flying claws were also scratching and stabbing at the monster. He was continuously bleeding the monster. Compared to most of the beasts and monsters in the material plane, this half-demonic monster had more vitality, but it was still a body of flesh and blood. It would have wounds, bleed, and gradually become tired due to injury or battle, whether it was grabbing number 34 with its arms or throwing its back against the outer wall of the spire so that it could smash number 34, who was standing on its back, into a meat patty. In the end, it could not effectively get rid of number 34's constant harassment and sneak attacks. Chapter 1108. The monster was finally enraged by the continuous slashing. It roared and slashed at number 37's arm, leaving a bone-deep gash. However, the monster was unable to react in time and could not stop its momentum. Both of its legs were suspended in the air, and only one of its hands was hanging on the outer wall of the spire. Good chance. Number 37's eyes narrowed. Ignoring his injury, he took the opportunity to hurl the battle axe in his hand. The battle axe made a fine steel spun and flew out. With a bam, it slammed into the monster's finger that was holding on to the wall. The monster's finger trembled involuntarily. Then, like a human howling in despair, it fell to the ground more than 150 feet away. The guards of the Messias family who were looking up saw this scene and scattered, leaving enough space for the monster to make a hard landing. The Green Deacon of the city's Druid conclave hurriedly chanted an incantation and stomped his feet. In an instant, 3 stone spikes that were as thick as a bowl and as long as a person grew out of the bluestone floor. The monster was skewered on the spikes. Not only was its head broken and bleeding, its bones and tendons were broken, but there were also 3 stone spikes that pierced through its chest. The spikes tore at its huge mouth with fangs, and a long tongue that grew out of its chest. Scarlet, foamy blood gushed out from the wound. Messias stared at the monster that was slowly dying. Under the light of the torches, his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Why did I encounter a bunch of useless trash? The county governor cursed in his heart. The demon sent by His Majesty Graz ZT just promised that this monster could kill 2 Alavras. In the end, it fell like a dead dog, but the androids are still alive. Also, Messias glared at the Green Deacon. Didn't you also promise that you could kill both the monster and the 2 Alavras? Why did you kill the monster and leave the androids alone? You want me to recommend you to be an elder of the conclave? You must be dreaming. Just as this lord was fuming with anger, the green-robed deacon finally made a new move. Number 34 had also landed on the ground. He calmly looked at the more than a dozen family guards who were holding swords and shields in front of him. On the other side, there were even more guards holding halberds. They were swinging their halberds at the monster, trying to whittle away its last trace of vitality. Put down your weapon. The green deacon pointed at number 34 with his halberd. His other hand was behind his back. In an instant, 12 circular pedestals suddenly rose from the bluestone floor. On each pedestal stood a humanoid figure holding a stone 2-handed sword. This was a simplified version of the golem. Although it couldn't be used as a bodyguard like the golem, the relatively low price of the pillar golems meant that they could be mass-produced and put into use. Every statue was programmed to guard a certain area or object, and these programs could not be deleted or rewritten. Without a doubt, this was the arrangement of the Druid Guild in the city when the Messias family's mansion was built. At first, these statues were buried here in Case Valensburg, and the mansion were breached one day. When the county governor was in a situation where he had no one to rely on, there would be a group of fearless warriors at his disposal. However, the Green Deacon had activated this arrangement in advance to deal with the uninvited guest, number 34. In order to please County Governor Messias, the Green Deacon directly revealed one of the trump cards King Vixith had hidden in the fortress through the conclave's power. Number 34 narrowed his eyes and sized up the man dressed as a deacon of the Druid Guild. Killing intent could be seen in his eyes. You are either a traitor, an idiot, or both, number 34 said coldly. You actually used the trump card of the conclave and King Vixith to claim credit. We really did come to the right place. Valensburg does need to be reformed. Who gave you the right to speak like that? At this time, Messias also jumped out. He took out the 6-page Morningstar hammer from his waist and pointed at number 34. He roared, I am the lord of one of the 6 fiefs conferred by His Majesty Vixith. I am the legal owner and protector of Valensburg. This is also the mansion my family has lived in for generations. How dare you, a guy of unknown origin, spout such nonsense here? County Governor Messias waved his hand as he spoke. Immediately, more than 20 family guards with long poles ran along the wall to the other side of the plaza under the spire. They held the top of the poles in their hands, supporting a huge net made of iron wire wrapped in cow tendons. Each rope was as thick as 2 fingers. This was a tool Messias kept in his warehouse. It was a tool used to hunt large flying magical beasts. When he saw number 34 climbing the spire, he ordered his men to prepare it. He also asked the spellcasters of his family to set up iron hooks used to fix the net in the walls of the plaza. He made up his mind. As long as number 34 landed on the ground, the transformed warrior would not be able to leave the plaza. The trap was not advanced, but it was very effective. Number 34 frowned. He was not sure if he could tear apart those tough cow tendon ropes. If he did not go through the top and walked out of the plaza, he would have to face hundreds of Messias's family guards and the 12 statues. And this was only the enemy on the surface. He did not include the wolf knights under Messias's command and the spellcasters employed by the Lord. He was sure that Messias would not be stingy with the cost. Therefore, number 34 took a deep breath. He pretended to be nice and said a series of words to Messias, such as, "I am a member of the Alavra Legion sent by King Vex's. I personally have no intention of offending the authority of the sheriff, and King Vex's only sent us here to inform you that traces of the Soft Maple Expeditionary Army have appeared around Wallingsburg." At the same time, he secretly sent a message to his partner, number 27, for support through the short-distance communication device in his body. Just as Messias said, this was the mansion his family had lived in for generations. Even though King Vixith had set up measures such as human pillars through the Druid faction in the city, that was only for defensive purposes. It was to deal with the possibility of a tragic street battle that might occur. His Majesty the King would not leave a symbol of ownership like the one on the walls of Wallingsburg in the house of a lord with real power. That was not only disrespectful to the Lord of the Fief, but also useless at the same time. After all, the ones guarding the mansion were Messias family guards. They weren't like the city's garrison. Legally speaking, the highest authority wasn't in the hands of the king of the Southern United Kingdom of Tapt. That was why he had ordered number 27 to dispatch the city guards and the Druid conclave to approach the mansion as he tried to appease the feudal official. Although Messias's rule in Valensburg had infiltrated every aspect of the city, and judging from the current situation, the city guards and the city druids were also at a disadvantage. However, number 34 didn't believe that there wasn't a single person loyal to the king in these two forces that Vexeth had personally established. However, Messias seemed to have seen through his tricks. The sheriff did not seem to believe number 34's words at all, even if some of them were true and verifiable. "You are an assassin." Messias pointed at number 34's nose and cursed, "That monster might be an accomplice you brought into Wallingsburg on purpose." At this moment, the family guards had already used their halberds to completely kill the demonized deer with the bloodline of the Bugala apes. They split its head open with their axes. The head with half of its antlers was severed along the neck, rolling into a pool of dark red blood. "Kill him." Messias ordered the family guards. "There's no need to capture him alive. His evil companion is waiting for him to accompany him." Having said that, the sheriff waved the 6-page Morning Star scepter in his hand, the hammer whistling as it cut through the air. He then took a crossbow from a guard beside him that had been rewound with a noose and pulley, and reloaded the explosive runes inscribed on the crossbow bolt into its quiver. Messias pulled the trigger, and the bolt flew towards number 34 with a whoosh. Although number 34 dodged the bolt that hit the limestone floor and exploded like a gunshot. All the family guards began to surround number 34. The shield bearers opened up a path in front with their shields, while the halberd-wielding guards walked behind them, ready to give the enemy a head-on blow if the shield wall broke. Some even circled to number 34's side with bows and arrows, shooting at him from afar. The 12 statues controlled by the green-robed deacon slid along the base with a whoosh, raising their greatswords and charging forward. "Damn it!" While dodging, NR 34 coldly glanced at Magistrate Matius. He was now less than 20 steps away from the feudal lord. If he were to go all out, it would not be impossible for him to charge over and kill him on the spot. However, even though he knew that capture the ringleader was the best way to deal with the bandits, he could not do so. Although he and his partner had decided to revamp Valensburg and even secretly get rid of Messias in the end, they had yet to go through the various procedures of a public trial and sentencing. Killing a powerful noble like Messias in public would have too great of an impact, and they did not dare to act rashly. This was especially so now, when the allied country was facing an expedition army that was eyeing them covetously. Internal unrest would weaken the country's will to resist. Chapter 1109. Indecisive. Keyes, who was sitting at the top of the steeple, looked at the battle below with interest and gave a pertinent comment. "This matter has nothing to do with me," Keyes thought. Then he looked at Magistrate Macius, who was shouting loudly with the family guards and commanding them to attack number 34. Keyes smiled and said, "It's your bad luck to be caught red-handed by me." Keyes would not be stingy with guessing the thoughts of the demon cult that was looking for a place to flourish in his own land, even if it was a wasteland in the corner. At the same time, he would definitely use the cruelest means to declare his sovereignty to the guests from the abyss. As for the guy who was fighting with the demons, don't you worship demons? I'll let you see enough today. Didn't you summon the bastard son of Six Fingers? I'll let him be your guide today. You go first, and he will follow after you to keep you company." Keyes hooked his finger, and the son of the demon lord, Asath, who was circling around the summoning of the demons in the steeple and dealing with all kinds of invisible enemies, instantly sensed it. He stepped out of the window, jumped from 100 feet in the air, and jumped to the middle of the steeple square. He held the fine gold rapier in his palm with 6 fingers, and with the momentum of his fall, he easily tore a hole in the rope net covering the square for him to pass through. The half-demon dark elf's movements were so fast that it was dazzling. Except for number 34, no one could detect his figure. After this guy landed, he directly pounced on the corpse of the headless monster. Flesh fusion. Because he was half-drow, when he fought with other demons in the abyss, Ashaz would be very careful to avoid competing with them in terms of physical strength. Most of the time, he would use magic or extraordinary agility to deal with the enemy. Moreover, in order to make up for this shortcoming, he also developed this flesh fusion spell. As a last resort, he would temporarily fuse with the demon corpse on the battlefield, using the opponent's strong physique and his own strange and changeable spells to continue the battle. However, he was the son of the demon lord after all. In Asath's eyes, most of the demons he had possessed before were high-level demons. Most of them were 6-armed snake demons. By chance, he even successfully possessed the body of a Baler that had not been activated by the incineration explosion spell. It was the first time in more than 1,000 years that Asath had wronged himself and fused with a monster with the bloodline of the Bugala demon ape. He was also helpless. The son of the demon lord had completely lost himself in the illusion created by Keyes. Not only did he treat the monster's body as a life-saving straw, but he also did not notice that Keyes used an electromagnetic nail gun with a large number of runes engraved on the body. With his gun, once he fused with the body, he would become one with the body. Not only was that body not his armor, but it was also a cage prepared for him. Originally, even if this guy died in the material plane, Asath was luckier than most demons because of the noble demonic bloodline in his body. He could be reborn in a corner of the 3-level abyss ruled by his father, Graz Siti. However, when he fused with the monster's corpse, the demon lord's bloodline was divided, the part that originated from the drow, and then divided again. Arthas could no longer return to the abyss like a real creature from another plane. He was exiled to the body and was tortured all the time. When the headless corpse with its body full of cuts and chisels got up again, it immediately picked up the head that rolled on the ground and placed it on its neck without hesitation. The head that was missing most of the antlers had healed, but the wounds on its neck and body began to flow out black, asphalt-like liquid. Just as Asath stood up again, the layer of blood where he stood was stained with a large black mark. In the middle of the sky, dark clouds began to gather, and the stars and moon that illuminated the night sky were covered by the dark clouds. Although the lights in Valensburg, especially in the mansion of the Messias family, were bright, the people in this place still felt oppressed by the darkness. Even Arthas himself couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. Finally, the unlucky son of the demon, Lord, looked at Messias. Because you summoned the monarch of darkness, and then I was sent to this material plane, so can it be understood that if you die, I can no longer obey the orders of His Majesty and return to the abyss immediately? Asatha's mentality was a little broken. He had decided to use reasonable betrayal to solve the current problem. Presumably, the six-fingered monarch would not blame him for the death of a worshipper. After all, his value was much higher than that of an ordinary human noble. So, a vast expanse of darkness shrouded the entire mansion of the Messias family. Although the spellcasters hired by the county magistrate saw that the situation was not right and quickly cast a counterspell, they were still unable to quickly dispel the darkness spell that covered such a wide area. In the unnatural darkness created by the spell, not even the light of a torch could penetrate. The only thing that could be seen was the cries of the crowd, the miserable howls of some people before they died, and the roars and roars of monsters as they massacred. Dozens of miles away from Valensburg, Harriman rode slowly on Radish's saddle. He was dizzy and delirious. The war horse beneath him was also moving slowly and unsteadily. It was able to persist for so long with two people on its back. By the standards of a war horse, it was definitely stubborn and sturdy. Harriman's head drooped weakly in front of his chest. His clothes were all wet and shivering in the wind. His eyelids could not be opened as if they were filled with lead. His entire body felt like it was being pricked by needles, and his hands could not even hold the reins tightly. Hypothermia. As a highly educated, Halid scholar, Harriman had some understanding of this term. He could roughly guess the cause of his current condition. Most of his equipment was thrown into the river when he swam. He had neither dry clothes to change into nor food to replenish his calories. Although he had kept a tube of self-made potion that could save his life in his sleeve in order to save the wounded old weather, he had just poured the potion that could quickly heal his wounds and replenish his stamina into the old man's mouth. In order to wait for the potion bottle that he had designed to automatically replenish itself after adding in some ingredients, he had to hold on for about 3 hourglasses. The premise was that he could not be caught by the soldiers behind him. Chapter 11:10. In the end, in order to conserve horsepower, Harriman could only dismount and lead Radish along the river. When he reached the foot of the mountain, Harriman heard the sound of a horn from behind him. It was the warning signal of Varensburg. Harriman thought that it was the garrison troops on the move, so he immediately started running. After running for about half a mile, they entered an ancient dark forest filled with oak trees covered in moss. He had to bend his body to pass through the thick branches and jump over the thick and tangled roots. These roots tripped him several times. However, the pursuers did not appear. Harriman! A figure suddenly appeared by his side, causing Harriman to quiver in fright. However, when he saw who it was, he was finally able to put his heart at ease. Hugh Hood, you look like you need a bonfire and a decent dinner. Keyes, who was disguised as a young gunslinger, tightened his grip on the spear on his back and helped Harriman take Radish's reins. Then he led him to Grinder's hiding place. Grilled trout, roasted hare, 2 salted pancakes, and a small jug of honey wine helped Harriman recover from his cold state. Sitting by the bonfire, he silently dried his clothes. Old Weather also woke up, ate something, and then laid down on a warm pit and fell asleep again. This warm pit was made by digging out a flue from the ground and padding it with firewood. A person could lie on top of it to maintain their body temperature. Even without a blanket, it was still warm. No one is chasing us, and I have already set up a warning trap. You can rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, we will depart for Catullin. Not long after Harriman and the others had eaten, Keyes, who did not eat dinner with them, came back with a sour apple in his hand. Grinder will be on duty tonight. He did not drink too much during the day, and he can sleep on the carriage tomorrow. Seeing that everything had been arranged, Harriman was no longer nervous. He laid down on a warm pit and quickly fell asleep. Even though he did not know why the cyborg did not chase after them, he believed in the abilities of his companions. Hugh Hood's ability to survive in the wild was needless to say. That guy seemed to have never suffered any hardships before. Just like this warm pit, he always had a way to make himself safe and comfortable in the wild. As for the dwarf on night duty, Grinder was a dwarf with the profession of subterranean digger. The dark environment and the earth were his natural allies. Even if he drank too much during the day and slept soundly, it was unlikely that he would be ambushed. The night passed in silence. Early the next morning, they started their journey back to Catullin. Old Weather's wounds healed quickly, but Harriman still let him ride Radish, who had eaten a full meal of oatcakes. He himself led the horse and tried his best to keep up with Hugh Hood and Grinder, who were riding off-road bicycles. The situation improved as they passed through a village. They spent some silver coins to buy an old horse. Old Weather switched to a new one, and Harriman was once again able to sit on Radish's broad back, urging the horse forward. They passed through the forest and tangled thorns, and then over a mountain surrounded by fog. The whole mountain was like a small island in the gray sea. After about 3 days of trekking, the four of them finally saw the birch forest outside of Catullin. They also saw the soft maple expeditionary force that had already entered the town, under the persuasion of Toulouse. The villagers did not quarrel with the soldiers who came across the sea. In return, the soft maple commander, led by Grisus, restrained his men and did not let them rob the villagers of their belongings or harass the women in the town. In order to find something for the motivated soldiers to do, the commander of the soft maple expeditionary force ordered the soldiers to work overtime to build a road from Fort Hague, which was the military fortress where many nobles were stationed, to Catullin. This road was built according to the specifications of the Ramsey continent. Not only was it wide enough for 2 carts to travel side by side, but it was also very straight and flat. In addition, Harriman also saw something different in the soft maple camp. The expeditionary force transported a dozen long and narrow arrow-shaped warships to the shore. With the cooperation of the blacksmiths, armorers, and spellcasters, they transformed these warships into a kind of skimmer that had only recently appeared on the Ramsey continent. This kind of vehicle could float in the air, although it could not rise to a high altitude, at most 30 feet above the ground. It could still allow it to freely pass through the land, swamps, and forests that were not too tall or too dense. The skimmer could also carry small cannons and archers, which were powerful reinforcements on the battlefield. They don't seem to be attacking the town. Other than some cannons that can be used in the wild, I don't see the army preparing any other siege weapons. For Harriman, there were almost no restricted areas in the soft maple expeditionary forces camp, so after looking around, he had a general understanding of the army's pre-war preparations. When they returned to the tent allocated by Grisus for him, Old Weather, and 2 other adventurer companions, Harriman told them what he saw and thought. Keyes held a tin cup with some mint in it as a drink. They had just eaten a very tasty dinner: mutton pies, marinated and fermented cod, mixed blood intestines, and moldy cheese with lettuce cream soup. they needed something to rinse their mouths. The dwarf Grinder chose Hoffman beer without hesitation, while Keyes made himself a cup of mint tea and got some hazelnuts and pine nuts as snacks. "We can't agree to any more," Quest said to Halamund as he sipped on his hot tea. The Soft Maple Expeditionary Army is most likely going to land here as a feint. Then, they'll immediately head north to meet with the Yomian's army. After combining their forces, they'll rush towards the capital of the southern country. "Looks like these human bastards don't need you to find any modified humans," Grindel interjected, burping as he spoke. Harriman shrugged helplessly. "I don't think Grisus will give up any forces at his disposal now. Although I've already facilitated the cooperation between him and Katrin, allowing the Soft Maple people to obtain a foothold on Taput Island without shedding a single drop of blood. The previous mission has yet to be completed. I don't think he'll let me go so easily. I can't leave this camp easily." Keyes laughed. "But you've also brought the information, and the Olivera Legion is in Valensburg. You didn't manage to get rid of those modified humans hiding in the shadows, but they probably won't be able to stop the Soft Maple people with assassination methods." Seeing that Harriman was a little puzzled, Quest continued. "Olivera is not just an assassination team. Didn't you also say that the modified humans who entered Valensburg were very ostentatious? They even took over the city's defense at once?" After listening to Quest's words, Harriman fell into deep thought. Indeed, he didn't think too much about this discovery of his. Next, the few of them chatted for a few hourglasses before burrowing into their sealskin sleeping bags one after another. Just like that, they rested in the camp for 2 days. After the Soft Maple Expeditionary Army crossed the sea, they rested for nearly 2 weeks before setting off again. Under Grisus' instructions, Harriman and a few others followed a vanguard of 1,000 men and marched northwest. There were 3 other similar vanguard groups. The purpose of these 4 vanguard groups was to wipe out the various small towns and villages along the path of the main army. However, most of these small towns and villages did not have much strength to resist and would most likely surrender at the mere sight of them. Their mission was most likely to be to find a suitable path for marching and a water supply point to save time for the main army. The Soft Maple Expeditionary Army had rested for enough time and would most likely not reorganize before they met up with the Yomians. Most of Harriman's 1,000-man group were foot soldiers. A small portion of them were pack beasts that were used to pull carriages and transport military supplies. Every 1,000-man group was equipped with 2 skimming boats, with 2 spellcasters on each boat. With enough obsidian orbs, the 2 spellcasters would take turns steering the magical boats. With enough obsidian orbs, they could travel at a speed of 6 parsands, about 60 kilometers per hour, all day long. Because Harriman was of noble birth, even though he had repeatedly stated that this trip to Tapt Island was a solo adventure and did not represent the Grimm family, they were all arranged to be on a skimming boat. Even the war horse, Radish, was given such preferential treatment. It was not like the old horse Weather had bought on his way back to the camp and was forced to be used as a draft animal for transporting goods. The 1,000-man group traveled for an entire day. Although the general direction was towards Valensburg, they did not try to travel in a straight line like Harriman and the other 3. Instead, they tried their best to find forest paths and mountain ridges to advance. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not enter dense forests or swamps. 2 skimming boats would take turns to leave the main group and explore the path ahead. Both skimming boats carried cartographers. Every time the skimming boats stopped, they would disembark to construct landmarks and other markers. When they returned to the skimming boats, they would use compasses, rulers, maps, and other tools to draw military maps with information on landmarks, descriptions of the terrain, and descriptions of the ecological environment on large parchments that had been treated with acidification. Before setting up camp, it was the turn of the skimming boat of Harriman's group to explore the path. Under the control of the spellcasters, the arrow-shaped boat climbed to a high ground. Standing at the bow of the skimming boat, Harriman could see with his naked eye that there was a muddy path at the foot of a hill not far away. It meandered from the forest to the south and passed through the farmlands. It was probably a woodcutter's path that led from the forest to the farmlands in the west. At the end of the farmlands was most likely a village. At the junction of the two roads, there was a black object that looked sharp and angular. Harriman guessed that it was a scarecrow or something. Generally speaking, the intersection was a place where strange things often happened. Thus, the superstitious villagers of Talbot Island had a habit of placing a scarecrow at the intersection, or hanging the coat of arms of the local nobles to drive away any lingering ghosts. But when he followed the cartographers from the skimming boats, who were to be protected by a group of soldiers and archers, he realized that it was not a scarecrow. When he got closer, it was the corpse of a man, hanging shakily from a crude gallows. He walked to the intersection. The wind gradually died down, and a cloud of dust floated in front of him like a brown cloud. Harriman stopped and stared at the man hanging from the pole in front of him. As soon as the dust settled, it was blown up into a swirl by the wind. The man's bare, black, and swollen feet dangled at the shoulder height of a grown man. The corpse's head hung to one side, like a puppy being held by the neck. His face had not been pecked beyond recognition by birds, which meant that he had been hanging there for no more than a day or two. Half of a tattered wooden board hung from his chest, with the words, "In the king's domain," scrawled on it. The other half fell to the road and read, "Worship the devil." These words were written in the common tongue of the southern kingdom of Talbot, and Harriman could not understand them. He regretted that he did not save enough pocket money when he was studying in King's Landing to have the spellcasters cast permanent spells, such as glib tongue or language proficiency, for him, although permanent spell services could also be purchased from the scale of perpetual order. The price was too high. Even though Harriman was the young master of the Green family, it was difficult for him to fork out the cost in one go. Usually, if there was a need, such as when he was reading in the library, Harriman would buy some alchemy potions with similar effects but with a longer duration. The price of those alchemy potions was only a fraction of the price of permanent spell services. At this moment, the young gunner, Hugh Hood Keyes, stepped forward and waved away a swarm of flies around the corpse. He picked up the broken wooden board on the ground and turned it over to look at the small line of words written in chalk on the back of the board. The 13th day of the 9th month, 32nd year of the Vixia's calendar. Keyes thought for a moment and calculated in his mind. It should be the day before yesterday when we just returned to Catchellan. And he paused and pointed at the small line of words and read, "After the joint examination of the acting military officer of Valensburg, number 34, and number 27 of King Vixia's Olivera Legion, the verdict is confirmed." At this time, Harriman also reacted and couldn't help but be shocked. What happened in Valensburg? What's wrong with Magistrate Macius? It's one thing for King Vixitha's envoy to take over military affairs, but why is he issuing the order to kill demon worshippers? Chapter 11:11. After leaving the fork in the road, they brought along the cartographer and 20 soft maple warriors and walked through the fields. At present, it was less than 2 hourglasses before the sky darkened. If not for the nearby villages which might indicate resistance, Harriman and the rest would have already returned to the temporary camp of the 1,000-man squad. After walking for a short distance, they came to a small valley. The trees at the bottom of the valley were not densely packed, but the canopy above them was like a tent. There was a circle of black pebbles around a fallen tree trunk in the forest. There was a soft maple hound in the party, and as soon as it arrived, it jumped to the front and sniffed everywhere, probing everywhere, until it found a path hidden in the bushes, which was difficult to be discovered by outsiders. Many small villages in the southern Tapped Kingdom were like this. Usually, there would be arrangements to cover their tracks, mainly to guard against possible bandits. This also meant that this village was not large. It was even smaller than Catchelin's town. In a village like this, let alone a law clerk and guards, they might not even be able to find a decent weapon in the entire village. When they found the village, the situation was just as they had expected. There were only a dozen farmers holding pitchforks and trembling in fear as they blocked the path to the village. The village behind them was surrounded by a wooden fence as thick as a bowl. There were no arrow towers, moats, or barricades. Looking into the village through the fences that could only protect against wild beasts, the village didn't have a single brick building like the ones used by Tapp's landlords or lesser nobles. Instead, there were small houses built of rammed earth and covered with straw. There were a few crossbow-wielding soldiers in Harriman's party. They symbolically fired a few arrows at the farmers holding pitchforks. They were too lazy to hurt anyone. Immediately afterward, the team that was completely forced to organize scattered. Everyone turned around and ran, running all the way into the village. Of course, they did not forget to close a fence gate that was more symbolic than practical. Seeing this, Halamund decided to directly shout into the village. Although his Taput language was only average, he didn't expose himself in Valensburg, so it was obvious that others could understand him. Get your village chief, village elder, or whoever in charge to come out and talk to us. We're not bandits. If you cooperate, we won't go in. Otherwise, we'll go in and talk to you. He was 100% sure that the expeditionary force of the soft maple people had no intention of plundering a village like this. Instead of wasting their energy to squeeze the villagers dry of their money, the soft maple people would most likely choose to have the village surrender. Then, they would sign a document confirming the release of the land's tax obligations to certain nobles and landlords. Finally, the village would pay the taxes to them. Now, Harriman had asked the person in charge to come out and talk to them. His purpose was to nail down this point and prevent the soft maple people from entering the village to symbolically plunder some livestock and poultry to replenish the army's provisions. The things found in this small village were not enough to feed a 1,000-man advance party, let alone a 20,000-man army. His words were effective. Not long after, a rather short adult walked out of the village gate. Behind him were two farmers who walked very slowly. Oh, right. The two farmers were also holding pitchforks. Harriman sized up the man in the lead. The man's head was covered in black hair and was not even as high as his navel. On a closer look, his face did indeed have some features of a child. Thin eyes and a wide mouth that extended toward his cheekbones. He looked both innocent and funny. Looks like a dwarf. Yes, that's right. Looks like we'll have to use our knives before we return to camp tonight. Ha! I bet you'll only need to use your knives once. Are you an idiot? That guy most likely has a family and a business. You only need to use your knives once to slaughter that family of dwarf bastards. Even if you're a kebab, you'll still need to do it 2 or 3 times, right? Why did you tell him that? I want to bet with him. Behind Harriman, some miscellaneous voices could be heard. For some reasons that everyone knew, the people of the Ramsey continent were very hostile to the dwarf race. And because Tapped Island was the place of exile for the dwarf agent family, it was not strange for there to be dwarves or half-dwarves here. However, on the Ramsey continent, dwarves were not so common. Harriman had only seen dwarves as intelligent creatures in King's Landing under the rule of the Scales of Eternal Order. Moreover, one of the dwarfs was the main lecturer of mechanical dynamics in King's Landing University. This was definitely one of the most honorable jobs in the Ramsey continent. Compared to the fighting and killing in other places, King's Landing University had its own spirit of inclusiveness. Ha ha! Keyes, disguised as the young gunner Hugh Hood, squatted down and pinched the long, narrow mouth of the soft maple hound that kept barking because of its master's killing intent. Shut up! That little guy isn't a dwarf. Don't talk nonsense with your eyes wide open. His words immediately attracted the dissatisfaction of some of the people. However, as he turned his head and coldly glanced at them, and the dwarf Grindel touched the handle of his hooked axe, those people wisely chose to shut their mouths. They did not want to spend the night in the military doctor's tent. However, Keyes' words reminded Harriman of something. He carefully looked at the man who looked like the village chief. He had a broad chest and a well-proportioned body. He was dressed like a native of Tapt. His shirt and leggings were made of cotton, and his face was exposed from a heart-shaped collar. He had a pair of big hairy feet and a pair of leather sandals. He held a cane in his hand that looked like it was carved out of a slender bone, with a belt attached to it. He's a halfling. Harriman immediately realized that he had made a mistake in his judgment, so he explained to the others, his body is well-proportioned, his head is not exaggeratedly proportioned, his big hairy feet, and he holds a hupak staff. These are all characteristics of a halfling. After hearing the explanation, the restless soldiers calmed down. They were still convinced of Harriman's knowledge. At this time, the halfling with the hupak staff and two farmers with pitchforks had already approached. My lords, the halfling introduced himself. My name is Benaro Kemiel Reem Moreau Sumabik. You can call me Binkabik. I'm the village chief of Acorn Village. The villagers are honest farmers who farm for a living all year round. After the introduction, Binkabik grinned like a toad, revealing a mouthful of large yellow teeth. After confirming that he was not a dwarf, 6 soldiers walked out of the vanguard and entered the village in 2s and 3s to check. Soon, they came out. They did not do anything like looting or humiliating the women. They only confirmed that there were no hidden soldiers in the village. The next thing to do was simple. The leader of the scouting team took out a document written in Ramsey's common language and Tap's common language, and read aloud a few sentences such as the rights and interests of this place have changed. The tyrant and the nobles under his command have disobeyed orders. The soft maple parliament of nobles upholds justice and rules this place, and so on. He read the contents in Ramsey's common language and did not ask the halfling of Acorn Village if he understood. He then threw the parchment with the seal into the halfling's arms. Keep it well. If such people appear again, Harriman said in Tap's common language because he was afraid that they could not read. At the same time, he pointed at the decorations on the halfling's armor. Take out this parchment and listen to their orders. You should be able to live in this village. Oh, thank you, my lord. Binkabik thanked him repeatedly. Then, he quickly said a few words to one of the villagers who followed him. The latter hurried back to the village and soon came back with a piglet under his arm. Binkabik pointed at them and bowed to Harriman. These are my piglets. Please accept them, my lord. Acorn Village is relatively poor and can only afford these things. Just as Harriman was about to refuse, Keyes reached out and took the 2 piglets. Take them. We can make 2 roast suckling pigs for dinner tonight. Besides, if you don't work for them, they won't be at ease. But if you don't want to take them for free, you can pay them and ask them some questions. Anyway, that demon worshiper who was hung at the fork in the road is quite strange. It's good to ask him clearly. Oh, that's right. Harriman's mind immediately turned. He took out a few silver square coins and flicked them into Binkabik's hand. I'll accept the gift. But there are some things I have to ask you. Don't worry, just tell me what you know. After he finished asking his question, Binkabik hurriedly told him everything he knew. It turned out that the man who was hanged was indeed a villager from Acorn Village. He had previously gone to Valensburg to sell his mushrooms and other fungus food. In the end, when he returned, he was sent back by the guards of Valensburg. He was beaten half to death, and the 2 guards who escorted him hanged him at the fork in the road outside Acorn Village. According to the 2 soldiers, this man had participated in a riot in the city caused by a demon. He had committed a grave crime under the temptation of a demon, so he was sentenced to death. However, because he was tempted, his crime was reduced, and he was sent back to his hometown to be hanged instead of being burned in Valensburg. I heard that many similar demon worshippers have been hanged in the surrounding villages. It seems that a demon that can tempt mortals has appeared in Valensburg, and even the county governor has been killed. That's why the county capital has been hunting down demon worshippers recently. Chapter 11:12. The sun gradually set in the west, and dusk enveloped the land. At dusk, a gentle breeze blew, causing the long grass to nod and bend, blowing away the insects hidden in the grass. They danced in the golden light, flickering with little reflections. The camp of the 1,000 soft maple soldiers was made up of continuous rows of tents. Because they were only going to stay here for one night, the captain didn't send anyone to cut down trees or erect fences. The 1,000 men built dozens of large earth stoves. Not only did they have to carry iron pots during the march, they also had to carry bricks for the stoves. Dinner was a soup of vegetables, potatoes, and salted meat. Every soldier carried a fried flatbread with them to eat in the broth. It satisfied their hunger and replenished their water. During the march, the soldiers weren't allowed to drink cold water that hadn't been boiled yet. Those who disobeyed would be publicly whipped. Apart from the food, Quest also used the 2 piglets he got from the village chief of Acorn Village to make 2 delicious roasted suckling pigs. They each had a sour apple in their mouths. Their bodies were covered in oil and fragrant, and they were seasoned with honey water. The 2 roast pigs were very popular. Since Grinder had already eaten more than half of them, Harriman decided not to give half of them to the Chiliarch. The next morning, when the sun had just risen, the men diluted the leftover broth with water and added some corn to make hot porridge. After the 1,000 men had a simple breakfast, they immediately set off for the rest of the journey. Not long after they set out, the cartographers on the skimming boats put a copy of the map they had drawn the day before into the hooks attached to the legs of the messenger eagles. They released the big birds back to the eagles' nests in the rear of the main army so that they could present the latest marching map. The 1,000 men's advance party's route would take about 5 days. The cartographers had brought 7 to 8 messenger eagles, which should be enough in theory. After another half a day, the 1,000 men rested for an hourglass. Because they didn't set up camp, the men didn't have to cook. The soldiers only had flatbread with salt and water, along with some dried berries and nuts they had brought along, and had a hasty lunch. The cartographers who had already eaten lunch on the skimming boats took advantage of this time to travel dozens of kilometers forward, checking and drawing the route of the afternoon march. As usual, Harriman and his fellow adventurers followed more than 20 soft maple soldiers to provide protection for the cartographer, who would occasionally disembark from the skimming boat to survey the situation. There were a lot of hills on Tapped Island, so they still landed the skimmer at the top of one of the hills. The cartographers carried their tools and walked down the gangway ladder one after another. About 30 yards from their feet, like moss growing on an old tree, rows of grapevines grew on the hillside. One look, and you could tell that someone had taken great care to raise them. They were in groups of two, always keeping about the same distance, and lined up horizontally along a narrow flight of stairs. The edges of the steps were smooth and rounded, as if they had been there for some time. There were small paths in the middle of the grapevines, winding like vines. At the foot of the mountain was a small valley, similar to the terrain of the Acorn Village from yesterday. On the other side, there was a big forest. In the middle, one could see pieces of farmland. They were standard, symmetrical, and neat. Looking in this direction from the top of the mountain, one could vaguely see some buildings. They had simple but sturdy wooden sheds and fences. The fences against the inside were probably animal pens. In the middle of this huge landscape, a wisp of green smoke rose into the sky, swaying back and forth with the wind. A group of people walked along the steps, walking between the grapevines. Some of the soldiers even casually picked some grapes that looked like they were about to ripen. Keys also picked a bunch to taste. They tasted all right, and the grapes that were about to ripen were not too sour. However, as the group was about to reach the foot of the mountain, everyone, including the cartographers, was very careful to keep quiet. They had basically guessed that the bottom of the valley was most likely a winemaking manor. It was impossible for such a manor to be owned by a farmer intact. It might belong to a rich merchant, but it was more likely that it belonged to a landowner or even a small noble with armed guards. Of course, judging from the size of this valley, even if this was the territory of a small noble, it would be difficult for that noble to afford a large number of guards. At most, there would be a dozen or so professional or even semi-professional soldiers at most. There were 20 elite soft maple soldiers in this group. They had flintlocks, bows, shields, and swords in their hands. In addition to Harriman and his adventurer companions, there was a high probability that they could even take down a noble's manor. Not to mention, as long as they sent a signal, the skimmers at the top of the hill would arrive at the battlefield in no time. The spellcasters, 20 soldiers, and the cannons on the ship would be a piece of cake for them to deal with a small noble's manor. They went around the last section of the mountain path. Below them came the shrill squeak of a door. Going downhill, there were roofs next to each other. Smoke rose in spirals from the middle, spiraling upwards before being blown away by the mountain wind. However, they found that the smoke was not coming from the chimney. The two-story house made of bricks, the brewery made of rammed earth, and most of the ancillary buildings had been razed to the ground. The embers were still burning. The pillars were charcoal, emitting heat. The wooden fences and thatched roofs had been burned away, ironically exposing the inner rooms to the clear blue sky, like the leftover ribs of a greedy giant after a meal. Around the ruins, there were at least 30 people lying on the ground, as if they had been carelessly discarded by the same cruel giant. Their bodies were broken and lifeless. Their weapons and other things were scattered around them. They found the side door of the manor, which had been left behind by the fire. The solid wood poked out from the blackened surface, like the copper rod of an old lamp that had just been polished. There was a dead guard beside the door. The dwarf Grinder poked at the door with the handle of his axe. The charred wood fell, but the building itself did not move. So he poked harder with the axe, but the door frame was still standing. "Very good," Grinder said. "Although the fire has been burning for 2 days, the main building is still quite sturdy. When we explore inside, the whole building shouldn't suddenly fall on top of us." He put the axe blade into the narrow gap between the door and the frame and pushed it up like a bricklayer's lever. The door finally opened, leaving a trail of black ash on the ground. They opened the door and went in to take a look, only to find that the thick thatched roof had been burned away. The entire manor was exposed to the outside, like a big barrel without a lid. The windows in the high walls were blackened, and black glass shards pierced the sky. It was as if a giant hand had torn off the roof, pierced the beams and smashed the windows with its finger. They searched quickly, but found nothing. There was nothing to speculate about what had happened here. Perhaps because the hall had been covered with tapestries, even the walls had burned. The bench, the stairs, and the ashes of the fire were still where they had been. Next, they found the dormitory area. It was a long and low hall with many small rooms. Relatively speaking, the damage here was not as serious. One end of the hall was burned down, but for some reason, the fire did not spread, so the other rooms were spared. This manor might have been attacked by the tundra trolls. Those monsters have a habit of migrating in autumn. There were no living people in the house, and nothing to speculate about. The captain of the guards checked the wounds on the bodies of the dead outside the house. Though most of their clothes were burned away, many of them had hideous wounds. The captain thought that the wounds were caused by the claws of the monsters. The tundra trolls do not set fires. Most of them are afraid of fire because fire can reduce their regenerative ability. Keyes, who was disguised as a young gunslinger, shook his head and used his palm to measure the size of the wounds. At the same time, he gave his own opinion. This place is not far from Valensburg. The nobles and landlords who live here are probably not recluses. If the tundra trolls really pass by this place every year, when they migrate, they will definitely think of a way to ask for help from their governor. At the very least, these people with weapons can hide in the manor and close the doors and windows for a period of time. They must have been forced out by the fire and then killed. I agree with you. Harriman agreed. He had just checked the yard of the manor and found that there were still livestock in the barn. Though the cows, horses, goats, chickens, and ducks were mostly dead, and the corpses were stinking and attracting flies, there were still a dozen fat pigs in the barn that were alive, and well, it was just that they had not eaten for a few days, so they were a little listless from hunger. If the tundra trolls really attacked the manor, it was unlikely that they would abandon the livestock and leave the food reserves for the winter here. Maybe there really are demon worshippers here. Those guys seem to like to set fires and kill people. Harriman suddenly thought of the man he saw hanging at the fork in the road yesterday. He originally thought that it was just a topic created by the two modified humans of the Oliveira army to divert the conflict after they seized control of Valensburg. However, based on the current situation, it was really hard to say whether it was true or not. However, for the 1,000 men of the soft maple tribe, a demon worshipper was not enough to scare them. The captain of the guards simply sent a signal to call the skimming boat to the manor and let the people on the boat enter the ruins together to search for spoils of war. In the end, they really did find a wine cellar that was not small. There were some brewed wines stored in it. Moreover, in the residential area of the manor, they also found some stored food, meat, as well as jewelry and bags of money that belonged to the owner of this place. In addition, there were a dozen fat pigs that were chased out of the barn. This time, the skimming boat scouting ahead could be said to have a bountiful harvest. Because there were too many people present, the money and jewelry that they obtained had to be handed over, and there was no way to secretly hide it. However, the food, various cured meats, and a dozen fat pigs could be sold to the army cooks. They could get money from the Lord. Chapter 11:13. The news from the advance party caused the Council of the Soft Maple People to be reconvened. The Lord's tents were set up next to a pile of granite. These rocks seemed to imitate the mountains in the distance, standing abruptly on the grassland, forming a simple natural shelter. Demon worshippers. Lord Reck commented slowly as he sipped his steaming milk tea. Sounds like a gift. The other lords of the soft maple people also expressed their opinions, but they generally felt that this was a good opportunity. Before they met with their allies in Jomies, they could attack and take down Valensburg in one fell swoop. Besides, a bird in the hand was worth two in the bush. The Jomies had been raiding the north of Tapt for a long time, while the soft maple people had just landed. They had not had any decent gains yet. The wealth of Valensburg could temporarily appease the hunger of the soft maple people. Grisus had been silent all this time. He was Rex's son-in-law and the mayor of the soft maple people. He was the most powerful soft maple noble. Therefore, the other soft maple nobles were waiting for him to express his opinion. "The prince often talks about the trials of a nation," he said after some thought. He thought for a moment and said, "My favorite passage goes like this. If the enemy comes with a sword, open the door and talk, but you must also hold the sword tightly. If the enemy comes empty-handed, meet him empty-handed. However, if he comes with a gift, stand at the window and throw a stone at him." Grisus picked up a small knife used for cutting meat. "You mean, who can guarantee that this gift does not have any ulterior motives?" Grisus said slowly as he tore a piece of venison off the grill with the knife. "What we lack in Tapt is not only wealth, but more manpower to occupy this place. So far, the Jomies may have more money than us, but the ones who can occupy Tapt in the end must be us. Send a message to the 1,000-men team. Follow the original plan and rush to the meeting point with the Jomies. We will go south together." Grisus chewed on the roast venison and wiped the grease on his robe. No warrior wanted to hold a sword or a gun with oily hands. Demon worshippers, or worse, there really are demons from the bottomless abyss in Valensburg. After occupying that place, we shouldn't be the only ones to worry. The 1,000-man army marched forward, and the unexpected harvest made many people excited. During dinner, not only did everyone get a real meal of meat, but the expeditionary army also sent an order for the Chiliarch to distribute the jewelry and money found in the manor to each soldier in public. Even if it was just a few copper coins, it was still the first bucket of gold the soft maple expeditionary army had harvested in Tapt. According to the Overlord Council's instructions, they marched according to the original plan and headed towards the meeting location. Over the next 2 days, the 1,000-man army passed through 4 more minor noble fiefs under Magistrate Macius's rule. With the advantage of weapons and numbers, the vanguard easily took over the manors. Their fighting style was simple. The cannons on the boats would bombard the manor. After the cannons were fired, the infantry would charge, and after the infantry had charged, the cannons would bombard the manor again. But it was with this method that the 1,000-man army only paid the price of a dozen people with minor injuries. They only lost 4 or 5 people with serious injuries, and they managed to pull out all the obstacles that were blocking their path. The army ransacked 3 of the manors. First, they took the jewelry and valuables. Then, they captured the 3 minor nobles, along with their servants, relatives, and guards. These people would be handed over to the Jomies as slaves, and the Jomies would pay the soft maple tribe money. Only one minor noble was more quick-witted. He raised the white flag and surrendered the moment the cannons were fired, and thus received some preferential treatment. That person was only stripped of his noble status in the southern kingdom of Tapt, and he was spared after paying a sum of money equivalent to 2/3 of his family fortune. In the end, that person was forced to sign his name on the document that the soft maple tribe carried, stating that he had changed his allegiance and was no longer loyal to the Macius family. Furthermore, he would continue to guard the territory that he originally owned for the soft maple tribe. Ramsey was a world where magic existed, and Tapt Island was no exception. When the nobles swore their allegiance to each other, they had to sign a specific contract. If that person announced that he was renouncing his allegiance to the Macius family, the official copies of the contract in Valensburg and King Vixitha's archives would be immediately sent back. Thus, this matter could not be hidden at all. The Soft Maple tribe was not afraid that he would betray them. After walking for another day, the 1,000-man army finally stood at the edge of a wide, bowl-shaped basin. A slope filled with trees extended downwards, and there was a lake in the middle. The sun had already set to a place where it could not be seen. Accompanied by the chirping of insects, the lake appeared purple under the twilight. The water seemed to be very deep. Twisted tree roots reached into the water like entangled snakes. The lake exuded a serene aura, and the endless forest seemed to be discussing secret topics. The sky gradually darkened. On the other side of the lake, there seemed to be some blurry houses. The houses were suspended above the water, and from afar, they seemed to be floating in the air. In fact, the houses were actually standing on supports in the middle of the lake. Lake Otefali. Harriman pointed at the lake and introduced it to his fellow adventurers. Tapped means otter crossing. There are many otters living in this lake, and the lords of this area capture hundreds of them every year for their fur. Across the lake is a river that leads directly to the River Shane, and there are a dozen towns along the river. That is where the Soft Maple tribe will be meeting the Yomians. I hate fighting on the river. Second only to riding, the dwarf Gollander grumbled, taking a swig of beer. Keyes was unmoved. His gaze had already turned to the distance of the basin. Large numbers of people were arriving from the east and west. They were the other 1,000-man squads of the Soft Maple tribe. With the vision of the Blue Dragon's incarnation, he could clearly see that the size of these squads was clearly bloated. Judging from the time they had traveled, they were most likely not as lucky as Harriman's squad. He had not encountered any suitable manners along the way, which was why he had captured so many captives to be sold as slaves. Soon, every 1,000-man team sent out a skimming boat. These boats gathered together and exchanged information about their respective squads. Next, the army quickly poured into the basin, and along the shore of Lake Otefali, pouncing towards the small village by the lake. Chapter 11:14. My lord, the guard hurried into the meeting hall. Sheriff Elwyn of Northumbria raised his head from his desk and received the papers presented by the guard. There are traces of a large number of bandits near the 10 towns. Judging from the flags, the Soft Maple people are in the south, and they are less than half a day's journey away from the 10 towns. In the north, the Yomians are in the Alliance, and they are about 2 days' march away from the 10 towns. The message from the marsh pigeons was compiled into a complete report by the clerks, and Elwyn quickly finished reading it. Immediately, he ordered the guards to sound the alarm and put the entire 10 towns into a state of alert. The surrounding residents all moved into the towns protected by the city walls, and the scorched earth policy was implemented. The 10 towns, also known as the 10 Pearl Towns, was just a name. In fact, the area that the Cheyenne River flowed through was dotted with a total of 33 trading towns of various sizes. In order to reduce competition and internal friction, the main trade items between them were different. However, among the 33 trading towns, only the 10 towns that had been established for the longest time and had the largest trade volume had a complete defensive system. Among them, the river-crossing town that the sheriff of Northumbria took over, which was located at the upstream of the 10 towns, had the easiest terrain to defend and difficult to attack. The overall shape of the town was like a reef in the Cheyenne River, connected by suspension bridges made of iron chains and wooden planks. The solid platforms made of bricks and stones could be used as excellent positions with a little modification, not to mention that some of the platforms were originally built with the houses of the town's rich families, which were fortresses. During the time that Elwyn took over the defense of the 10 towns, he had completed the reorganization of the local soldiers and the formulation of various defense policies. Therefore, once the order was given, the towns quickly responded. In less than a day, the residents who lived in the smaller villages and towns all brought their families and moved to the nearest large village and town. Because they had lived in this place for about 2 generations, most of the residents in the various villages and towns had relatives and friends. Those who migrated over also brought their own food and livestock with them. Therefore, it wasn't as difficult to carry out this task as expected. Moreover, it was just autumn, and the weather by the Cheyenne River had never been harsh. Even if the residents did not have relatives in the larger towns, the residents could find a place to set up a shack or tent under the arrangement of the town's civil officer. Half a month at most, 7 days at the shortest, Erlewine thought. Before he was appointed as the king's hand and came to 10 towns to handle the defense work, he had received a secret letter from King Vixus. In addition to guidance on the defense work, the king also promised him the latest time for the army to come to his aid. Therefore, on the day he arrived at River Crossing Town, he issued a conscription order. All the grain stored in the granaries of the 10 towns had now been gathered in the big warehouse of the River Crossing Town. If the war reached a stalemate, not only could the villages and towns use the emergency ration system to support themselves for a period of time, Erlewine could also provide some food for them. As for transportation, the 10 towns had enough barges. Furthermore, if the enemy blocked the transportation of the Cheyenne River, he still had a secret weapon in his hands, a team of mechanics that had rushed over from the capital and arrived at River Crossing Town almost at the same time as Erlewine. Not only did they bring a large number of equipment that could be used to help defend the town, but they also brought more than 10 sets of disassembled submarines. These submarines could travel under the surface of the water. They could be used to transport supplies and soldiers, and they could also be used as surprise troops to attack the warships that might block the Cheyenne River. Now, the 10 submarines had been reassembled and inspected in the water. Those mechanics were enough to handle the daily repairs and maintenance. At the same time, they also took care of the task of strengthening and modifying the defensive position of River Crossing Town. It was very effective. So far, all the preparations before the war were actually carried out in an orderly manner. The only missing link was Magistrate Macius, who had been scolded by Erlewine more than once as an idiot. Originally, according to King Vix's plan, Macius would lead his army to block the vanguard of the Soft Maple Expeditionary Army in his territory and frustrate their spirit. While Vix's led his army north, Macius could take the chance to join up with the army and wipe out the Soft Maple forces. However, 2 days ago, there was news that an abyssal demon had appeared in Valensburg for some reason. Moreover, what Erlewine could not understand was that Macius had actually died in the hands of that demon. Even if the Alavra Legion sent by the king took over the military affairs of Valensburg in time, they had to organize people to search for the hidden demon, and they were also troubled by the sudden appearance of a large number of demon worshippers. Therefore, the Soft Maple Vanguard was not stopped by anyone, and they arrived at the territory of 10 towns so quickly. Of all times to die, even if you die so stupidly. Erlewine did not hesitate to curse Macius, who was also a feudal lord with real power, with the most vicious words. The key was that guy was too much of a hindrance. He had already decided that after the war ended, he would meet King Vixus and convene a noble council to discuss whether the Macius family had the right to continue ruling that land. Looks like I have to play some tricks. A team of thousands walked all the way from Lake Ortefield to 10 towns. There was a storm on the way, and the team had to set up camp in a forest temporarily. When the storm gradually stopped, The dark clouds still hung over them, but they left the forest when there was still some light. Then, in the moonless and starless night, they lit torches and continued to advance towards 10 towns. The mud on the road slowed their progress, not only because the road was muddy, but also because the logistics team did not want to take the risk of crippled beasts rushing to the battlefield. After advancing for about 2 kilometers, the rain gradually became heavier, drenching them from head to toe. The bone-chilling cold corroded their bones. Fortunately, the Pearl 10 towns had already entered their sights. The soft maple vanguard did not spend much effort and found a place to settle down in a few small villages. The residents here had obviously been notified. The movement of thousands of people could hardly be concealed, even in the storm. Before the soft maple arrived, the people who originally lived here had already evacuated their homes, leaving only empty houses. They did not continue to advance in the rain. The soft maple army was scattered in a few neighboring villages, at most half a kilometer away from each other. They split open the doors, beds, and furniture of the residents here, and used all the combustible materials to make a fire for heating. Then, the cooks got busy again, using the ready-made stoves to make steaming hot porridge for the thousands of people for dinner. Except for the 1,000-man team that Harriman and Keyes were with, the other 1,000-man teams did not have much food left because they did not plunder many manors along the way. In addition, they captured a large number of slaves to feed, so they did not have much food left. This hot porridge was only made after Harriman's 1,000-man team shared their food with the other 1,000-man teams. Moreover, the captured slaves could only barely fill their stomachs with meat porridge that was diluted with cold water. Therefore, when the weather cleared up a little the next day, the 1,000-man teams all sent out assault troops to attack the other villages in 10 towns. They only had one goal, and that was to obtain more food. Otherwise, these 1,000-man teams would have to starve. Worse, they would have to ask for supplies when the Yamshan army arrived. That would undoubtedly reduce the value of the soft maple people in the eyes of the Yamshans. Harriman and his fellow adventurers were also assigned to an assault team. They did not take the boats, but walked on the well-built roads along the 10 towns like the others. However, Harriman and Old Weasel were riding on Carrot and another workhorse respectively, while Cuz, who was disguised as Hugh Hood, and the dwarf Grindel were riding on powered off-road bicycles. Before they left, Keyes added half a pound of white sugar powder into the chamber under the crossbeam of the bicycle. The sugar would be broken down by a type of microorganism and produce hydrogen to participate in the reaction in the battery. With this half a pound of white sugar, the bicycle's auxiliary function would run for a day or two. When they finally arrived at a small town called Wanich, it was almost evening. This place was a fortress with 4 tall wooden walls. There was also a deep ditch on each side. At the bottom of the ditch was rainwater that was 1 to 2 feet deep. This was a fortress large enough to accommodate a small army. Harriman observed the walls, but did not see any movement above. There were also no fires or smoke. "Looks like an empty city," Keyes said with a glance. "The air is too humid. There's no way to set the city on fire. The rain will extinguish any flames we start." The vice captain of the assault team walked to Harriman's side. He was an experienced warrior who had been appointed by the Chiliarch to be Harriman's assistant. "Let's go in." Harriman nodded and ordered the assault team, "But be careful of archers and traps." They continued forward. When they reached the entrance of the fortress, Harriman led the way across the wooden bridge over the ditch. His gaze was fixed on the top of the wall. Through the gate, he saw a main street behind the fortress. To the north was a building that looked like an audience hall. Other low buildings, barns, and sheds surrounded the hall. They were built within the fortifications, and to the west was a well. Rainwater flowed down from the roof and fell through the tightly shut windows onto the street. It gathered in the corners of the fortress and formed small mud puddles. Harriman did not see anyone, nor did he hear anything other than the sound of the rain. He dismounted from his horse. "Scout, see if you can find anything out of the ordinary in these outbuildings. Musketeers and archers, search the walls and other high points. The rest of you, follow closely and prepare for battle or retreat." He walked slowly across the yard to the great hall, and Kays and Grindo got off their bicycles and followed him. Before entering the hall, Harriman unsheathed his sword. The two warriors behind him also unsheathed their weapons. On the other side, 7 or 8 scouts with round shields and half-body plate armor also drew their weapons. They entered the small houses on both sides of the street through the low doorways. The hall was so dark that they could not see their hands in front of them. It was as if they were drowned in darkness. They used torches to light a few candles that they found to see the inside of the hall. The silence inside made people feel even heavier. Water droplets kept dripping down from the leaking roof. Using the limited light from the torches, Harriman walked past tables, benches, and a stove with ashes on it. He carefully inspected everything. There was nothing in the hall that could pose a threat, whether exposed or hidden. "Looks like they really are gone," the dwarf Grindel said. Old, whether used a torch to light a brazier, he found. The rising flames illuminated more of the hall. A seat that probably belonged to the mayor stood at the far end. Looking through the doorways on both sides, there seemed to be rooms behind it and a second floor above. Kays went deeper into the hall, past the throne, and entered through the right doorway. A moment later, he came back through the left doorway, shaking his head with a piece of bread in his hand. "No one," he said, "but the storeroom at the back is full of things. It looks like they didn't have time to move them." "They fled," Grindel shrugged. "They left in a hurry. I suppose they didn't want to fight." That seemed to be the case, but Harriman was still uneasy. Taking the torch, he found the stairs leading north and scanned the upper rooms. He found beds, chairs, and tables, as well as several jewel boxes that had been opened but no longer contained anything of value. There were no hidden taps either. From the south-facing window, he could see the courtyard. Even more commando soldiers were waiting. They looked cold and pitiful in the drizzle. He returned to the lower floor. "We'll spend the night here," he said. "Bolt the gate, tie the horses to dry places in the storehouses and sheds, and let the men in to eat and warm themselves. You can eat more, but don't waste it." The second in command of the commandos nodded and went away. Harriman found a pile of wood nearby and kindled a fire in the hearth. Then he went to the storeroom to look at the treasure Kays had just discovered. On the shelves he found cheese, bread, eggs, baskets of dried mushrooms and fruit, barrels of beer and wine, which had bent the shelves. From the ceiling hung a dozen smoked pork legs, crusted with salt. He could not imagine why the men had taken everything else away but left the store, but his mouth watered at the sight of so much food. Still, before letting the men carry it away, he cautiously checked to see if it had been poisoned. The result was negative. That was good news. He took down the ham and carried it into the main room. Grindel came in and shook the rain from his head and beard. The dwarf took the ham from Harriman's hand and put it on the table in the middle of the room. There was a loud crash as he broke off part of the crust. "Let's eat something good tonight," he said, and so they did. Chapter 11:15. The storerooms had been empty long before sunrise, and every man in the great house in Wantage was full of food and wine, and some of the food was piled up on the dry floor of the house, ready to be carried to the rear after daybreak. At last the rain stopped, and the clouds parted to reveal the stars. But Harriman decided to wait until morning so that the men of the raiding party could sleep for a few more hours. At sunrise, he stood on the wall of the fort and gazed into the distance. As far as the eye could see were fields, pastures, and lumberyards. Harriman saw many of the oaks, tall and straight, suitable for building ships as keels, ribs, or planks. On the northern horizon, a green ridge ran from east to west, and the light of dawn shone in its center, and a thin mist hung over the rolling hills. Unlike the hamlets they had seen before, the fort of Wantage was more strongly defended, with openings for archers and peepholes in the walls. Above the gate was a narrow ramp through which the defenders could attack the enemy on the bridge. Harriman couldn't understand why the people of Southern Tapt would give up on a place that was easy to defend but hard to attack. Suddenly he heard footsteps coming up the wooden stairs, and turning round he saw Hugh Hood, the young rifleman, climbing up the wall and standing beside him. They leaned together against the rain-soaked wood, their arms wrapped around the top. The golden light of dawn fell on Hugh Hood's eyes, which were dark gold and cobalt blue, and Harriman felt that his fellow adventurer might have something to say to him. But Hugh Hood merely stretched himself and suddenly pointed to the southeast. "What is that?" he said. Harriman squinted in the direction he was pointing and took a step back from the wall. There was a black line in the direction of the wharf at Wantage, and it grew thicker and longer as time passed. "It's an army," he said. Immediately after, Harriman turned around and ran down the stairs, almost jumping down. He then ran across the courtyard towards the big house. He rushed into the house, roused the soft maple men sleeping on the floor, and jostled the men, who were still half awake. Harriman kicked them and roared at them. "The Tapt army is coming," he cried. "Take up your weapons. Everyone, go to the courtyard." Tapt's army? Grinder sat up, seeing stars, and pushed away a basket of apple cores which someone had poured over him while he was sleeping. "I thought they wouldn't march in the rain. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left this place for us." "So do I," said Harriman. "They must have crossed the river overnight. Moreover, the patrol boats on the river haven't discovered it yet." On the other side of the room, the vice captain of the commando team said with a frown, "In other words, the willpower of those Tapts is stronger than I thought." Harriman had thought of this as well. "It doesn't matter now," he said. Then he turned and left the house. In the courtyard, he shouted to Keyes, "What did you see?" 500 men, at least." The young gunner gestured. Harriman was angry at his own stupidity. He had entered Wantage in search of supplies, but now he could not help suspecting that the food the Tapts had left behind was actually bait to keep the commandos there until the army could come and kill them. The sun had not yet risen above the city walls when his men came out of the house, blew on their fists, and stepped into the cold morning mist. When the commandos were assembled, Harriman climbed halfway up the stairs, turned to face them, and gave them a sincere speech. "We will hold our ground here," he said, "until the last man is killed. If we try to escape, the Tapts will easily see us, and they will know our true numbers. They will probably catch up with us and kill us. But that's not what worries me," Harriman said, pointing to the north. "The allied army of the Jomites will arrive in 2 days. Whether or not the soft maple men are good warriors will soon be exposed to their allies. We must hold off the Tapt's army here." He pointed to the wet ground under his feet. "We may be few, but the Tapts can't know how many warriors are standing behind the walls. They don't know who they are going to fight." He drew his sword and raised it high. "After today, they will know who we are. After today, all of Tapt will tremble because of our names, because we are true warriors." His men roared in reply, and many of them raised their weapons. Harriman descended the stairs with some relief. He ordered the men to hold up the gate of Wantage with the heaviest beams they could find in the fort. Then he ordered a fire to be built in the great house of all the wood they could find. The tables and benches were used as fuel, and every stone was thrown into the flames. Glinder soon found Gelmund, who nodded with satisfaction at the preparations and pointed to a large pot on a barbecue. "We haven't much fat to cook it, but we can fill it with water and boil it at the top of the wall. Stir in some horse dung and mud," said Harriman. "Something that will stick to the Saxon flesh, but melt away as much of the fat as we can." The dwarf nodded again and went to see that these things were carried out smoothly, while Harriman returned to the yard. He found that the gate had been well fortified and could withstand a great deal of impact. He did not know if it would withstand several waves of attacks from the taps, but it was not far from the village where the 1,000 men were stationed. In theory, after receiving the message, the main force could reach Wantage in half a day's march. How did they evade the river patrol boats? Harriman was puzzled. And they sent so many people at once. The oars fell, cutting through the gloomy water. They cut through the dark water, stirring up the mud at the bottom. Grove leaned on the railing at the prow of the boat, using a torch to drive away the darkness. He whistled, and a ballad mixed with all kinds of obscene words leaked out from his black, rotten teeth. It had been passed down from generation to generation in the taverns of his village for as long as he could remember. It was quite a long way from here. Grove had to admit that he was not a sentimental thinker. But then again, you could not expect a thinker to be encouraged by the Lord's slogans of plunder to your heart's content and free distribution of land to travel halfway across the world to taps. To survive here, one needed sharp intuition and a firm will as well as a sharp axe. The Lords call the shots everywhere, Grove said, spitting into the Thane River. He was resentful of the job he had been assigned. The young master from Emerald Wood City had been given an important position in the army simply by virtue of his status. Well, of course he had a lot of knowledge, and now he was the assault leader of the advance party. And he, a true warrior of the soft maple people, was now a captain, for heaven's sake. He had not been the captain of such a lousy river patrol boat before, and was therefore forced to patrol in the rain. The Chiliarch who assigned this mission must be blind. Grove cursed inwardly. Only when his fingers touched a pearl necklace hidden in his collar did his resentment subside a little. Fortunately, I got something good on this trip to Taps. Otherwise, who would be willing to risk their lives for the Lords? That string of spoils of war was found in a lady's dressing box when the veteran raided a noble's manor. He didn't hesitate to take it and hide it on his body. He didn't hand it over and waited for the Lord to distribute it equally. It had to be said that this fellow was full of problems. Had it not been for the fact that his brother Ufrek was a fearsome berserker and that he himself was skilled at sailing, he would have been executed countless times as a warning to his subordinates for his bad habits. As he hummed a tune, Grove stared at the crooked trees with eyes that had become glazed from the effects of several cups of honey wine. They were on strange hills covered in black soil and looked like they were floating on water. Under the flickering light, the trees seemed to be dancing. Grove suddenly shuddered. His grandfather, the master who had taught him how to steer a boat, had told him a long time ago that every river had its own secrets. A river as wide as the Cheyenne River might be haunted by some spirits of the mountains and rivers, goblins with pus all over their bodies. Grove cursed again. In order to encourage himself, he first used his hand to rub his crotch. Then he lifted the moisture-proof cover of the baton-like spring revolver on his waist. He checked to make sure that the gunpowder inside did not turn into a paste due to water contact. If something were to happen, he had to make sure that he could pull out his gun and shoot immediately. The dead have eyes but cannot see. The spirits have ears but cannot hear, Grove murmured. Grove muttered to himself as he inserted the torch into the buckle of the railing and picked up a long pole used to search for rods and foreign objects in the water. He had just spoken an old ballad, but it was well written, especially when you were sailing down a dark river. Let not the bats fear thee. Their fangs and claws will take thy soul, he continued as he listened intently to the sound of the Cheyenne River. As long as you knew how to listen, the river would tell you a lot of things. The sound of a heron flapping its wings, or a snake or frog diving into the water, meant that it was safe. But if you heard the sound of turbulence at the bottom of the water, it wasn't a good sign. Standing at the bow of the boat, Grove held the pole with one hand and stuck it into the calm water, moving it back and forth in the direction of the ripples. Chapter 11:16. He whistled again. This time, his tone was even a little cheerful. He raised the pole and plunged it into the thick mud at the bottom of the river. The pole touched something, and Grove's whistle got stuck in his throat. He instantly felt his mouth go dry. He pulled out the pole and probed deeper. It was a rock or a tree root. It couldn't be anything else. However, the Cheyenne River was very deep. It was enough to drown an adult. At the same time, a faint sound came from under the water. He thrust the pole down again and tried to pry away or dislodge whatever was obstructing the boat. At that moment, a splashing sound came from the water. Could it be a large crocodile? Grove thought of the ferocious creatures that lived in some of the rivers in his hometown. He hurriedly pulled out the flintlock on his waist and fired into the water. Bang! The gunshot shattered the tranquility of the river at night. Grove, what's going on? His brother, Ulfric, stood up from the oarsman's seat at the back of the boat and asked loudly. The other soft maple soldiers, who were acting as oarsmen, put away their oars and touched the weapons on them. There might be a large fish in the river, but I think we've scared it away. Grove glanced at the ripples that were gradually disappearing on the water and heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to his brother and the other crew members. But as soon as he finished speaking, he staggered and took a few steps forward on the deck of the boat with loud thuds. The tip of an arrow protruded from his chest, and blood flowed down his leather armor. Grove! Ulfric roared. The berserker immediately wanted to run to his brother. However, before he could take 2 steps, the entire river patrol boat tilted at a huge angle with a series of creaking noises. A strange-looking vehicle that looked like an olive seed rose from the water and directly overturned the river patrol boat. Almost all the sailors, including Ulfric, were thrown off the side of the boat and into the cold Cheyenne River. These were the lucky ones. The unlucky ones were directly submerged underwater by the overturned boat. Above the olive-shaped vehicle, 3 cylindrical objects rose. There were many holes on them, and with the sound of the bowstrings being twisted, the arrows flew towards the soft maple soldiers like locusts. The arrow that had just killed Grove was now aimed at his crew members and started a crazy and cruel massacre. Similar situations were happening in several places along the Cheyenne River. The submarine that sailed out of the secret port of River Crossing Town was methodically clearing the river patrol boats on the river. After completing this mission, they regrouped into formations and headed to the landing points that their commanders had informed them of before they left. Those places had some special arrangements, and most of them were guarded by small groups of soft maple people. One of them was the small town of Wantage. Apart from the soldiers, there were also some druids in the submarines. They were carrying some giant wooden sculptures with them. After landing on land, the druids could use the wood gate spell to open the gate with the giant wooden sculptures, allowing the army of River Crossing Town to come out. They could use their advantage in numbers to crush the enemy. Hammond gathered the few archers in the team and ordered them to take position in front of the arrow slits on the wall. Then he climbed up the wall and looked at the enemy. The enemy appeared less than half a mile away from Wantage. They had already turned north and were attacking the fortress along the small path. Their team advanced side by side, with 5 or 6 soldiers in a row. The whole team was like a long, winding snake. The end of the team was still at the dock where they had landed. How many people? Hammond asked. There are at least 500 of them. Quess, who was disguised as the young sniper Hugh Hood, gave a rough estimate after taking a look. My God, Hammond whispered. Without a doubt, they must have used some kind of trick. The news of the Soft Maple Expeditionary Army must have come early, so they are fully prepared. Keyes looked at the assault team in the yard. We are not an army, but we must try our best to look like the army that the commander here expects. Hammond shrugged. I don't want to disappoint the commander here. After all, my coming-of-age ceremony is not over yet. Keyes also laughed. They looked at the approaching enemy together until the soldiers stopped about a quarter of a mile away from the wall. The soldiers in the back spread out to the sides, forming a line of at least 1 furlong, note 1, wide, with 2 soldiers in a row. Behind them was an array of the same size. They must be expecting us to go out and fight them, Hammond said when he saw the enemy in formation. If we do, they will be happy to welcome us. Keyes said non-committally, but I think they just want us to know that we can't escape. Soon, a few mounted taps led a group of soldiers away from the army and headed for a forest of elms. Hammond expected them to cut down a tree to use as a battering ram. This made him very frustrated, but he could only wait for the enemy to attack. He listened to the sound of axes chopping the tree in the distance. When the riders finally returned, they dragged the tree trunk behind their horses. Hammond knew the battle would soon begin. Go to the wall, he shouted. Bring fire and stone. The Soft Maple warriors came out of the great house, carrying steaming, wet buckets full of sparkling flints. 2 warriors on the wall were stirring with long poles a smelly, bubbling cauldron. Some of them carried a hanging pole side by side, with a clay kettle hanging between them. The kettle was filled with a viscous liquid scooped out of the pot. At the same time, a large group of taps carried battering rams with long poles toward the gate, staggering with every step. Before the enemy came within range, they raised their shields over their heads. Harriman's archers drew their bows and took aim at the enemy, ready to shoot at any weak point or opening that the taps revealed. Although the Soft Maple commandos also carried muskets, they were not as reliable as bows because of the recent rain, which made it difficult to ignite the loaded gunpowder. Steady, cried Harriman. A shield wall formed by a dozen soldiers followed behind the battering rams, guarding the enemy archers, and a second wave of taps. They were ready to replace anyone who fell. When the battering rams passed over the bridge in front of the gate, the bridge creaked. Then the enemy's shield wall quickly parted, leaving just enough space for the archers behind to fire their arrows. They appeared to be very well trained. Take cover! Hammond shouted again. He and Keyes quickly leaned against the wall. The enemy's arrows whistled past them, and then the whole fortress seemed to shake with the first impact of the battering rams. Archers! Halliman shouted for the 3rd time. His archers crouched behind the defensive structures, aimed at the shield wall through the gaps in the wall, and released their arrows, forcing the taps archers to hide behind the shield wall as well. During this time, Harriman raised his hand and gestured to the warriors holding the pots. Just as the battering rams were about to hit the gate again, he issued an order. A few Soft Maple warriors poured the boiling and stinking liquid from the pots into the slanted hole above the gate. The enemy below screamed as the hissing sludge flowed through the gaps in their armor and onto their bodies. Many of them fell into the ditch and struggled in the water. There were no soldiers in front to hold them up, and the front end of the battering ram stabbed into the ground. Although some Taps saw this and immediately rushed up from behind the shield wall to fill the gap, Hammond knew how to drive them back. "Throw the flint," he shouted. Barrels of red-hot peat and stones were thrown down from the walls by the soft maple commandos, and the burning rubble of their camp tumbled down through the holes above the gate, which struck the enemy's skulls and shields with the hot stuff. The archers shot at the warriors on the bridge one after another, causing even more warriors to fall into the ditch. However, the tapped archers were not to be trifled with, and they retaliated with a tooth for a tooth. Hammond knew very well that his side had begun to lose soldiers. He could hear their cries and screams. As far as he could see, he saw some people fall from the top of the wall into the courtyard below, but he could not and did not have the time to stop and check on their injuries or mourn for them. Because the Taps had far more soldiers than the commandos he led, even though they had the advantage of a defensive position. When at last the tops on the bridge had lost too many men to support the weight of the battering ram, the rear end of the trunk came crashing down with a loud crash and a crack. The enemies who were still standing quickly retreated from the bridge and retreated behind the shield wall, leaving the battering rams where they were. The shield wall protected them well, and the soft maple archers on the wall stopped shooting. They could no longer find a gap, and it would be a waste to fire arrows aimlessly. Moreover, the commandos did not have enough arrows with them to begin with. Fuel. This time, it was not Hammond who shouted, but Keyes. "Pour it on the battering rams." The soldiers nearby looked very confused. They thought that without the enemy below, the hot fuel would be wasted. But Keyes did not order this to hurt the enemy. The fuel would make the battering rams slippery, and the Taps would probably send a second wave of soldiers to try to break down the gate. Moreover, they probably would not prepare a new battering ram. The fuel would make the battering rams slippery and difficult to move, and those soldiers would become live targets. Sometimes, in order to gain a tactical advantage on a local battlefield, one had to play some tricks. Note 1 furlong, about 200 meters. Chapter 11:17. The Taps had just lost a dozen men, almost as many as Harriman's assault squad, but the enemy still had about 500 men. Their first attack was probably a test of the stronghold's defenses, but the second attack would be serious. More flames and stones. Harriman shouted from the city wall once more, "Fill the pots." His men jumped down from the wall with buckets of water. They lowered the heavy pots into the courtyard, but Harriman was still worried that it would not be enough. The little wood they used for fuel would soon run out, and his archers would run out of arrows. It seemed likely that the Taps would break through the gate before the sun was fully up, and Harriman needed a plan to deal with the bloody melee that was sure to follow. Until then, he was looking for a way to slow down the enemy, perhaps by destroying the bridge. Harriman walked along the wall to the gate and looked down. Several Taps' corpses were piled up in the ditch on either side of the bridge. They were soaked in water and full of arrows, and some of them were still struggling. He decided to follow Hugh Hood's advice and leave the battering ram on the bridge. It was too wet to burn. Even if the Taps' men could roll it off the bridge and into the ditch, the Taps would cut down another tree. But if Harriman could burn the bridge under the battering ram, it would be useless no matter how many trees the Taps cut down. It's no use. Even without the drawbridge, this place is not an impenetrable fortress. When the sun was almost fully up, Harriman gathered the remaining men of the assault squad. Including his adventurer companions, there were only 15 of them who could continue to fight. He expressed his opinion, but Keyes bluntly rejected it. "It's clear now. We can use muskets. They might have brought enough gunpowder, 2 or 3 packs of gunpowder, and the gate of Wantage will explode with a bang. Besides, even without the bridge, they can make a few temporary ladders to cross the ditch. They might even be able to reach the wall, which is only about the height of 2 men. Then what should we do? Harriman could not deny Keys's judgment. He was also very anxious, but he did not show it. At this moment, a warrior who had been left on the city wall to keep watch suddenly rushed over and shouted, "Tapp's men are gone!" Harriman mounted the ramparts and looked to the south, where the Tapp's army seemed to be rapidly retreating, marching back to the ridge with great rapidity, and even sending out a raiding party to carry off their comrades, who were still alive, trapped in the ditch. While they were at it, Harriman wisely prevented the soft maple from attacking, for he did not wish to provoke them. By the time the sun had completely risen, Tapp's army had completely disappeared from the docks. They must have been preparing ferries and other vehicles there. However, Harriman couldn't understand how a ferry that could carry over 500 people couldn't be discovered by the river patrol boats of the soft maple people. However, the soldiers participating in Vantiki's battle were obviously not as thoughtful as him. These soldiers had already erupted into wild cheers. River crossing town. Earl Wine had just returned from the secret submarine base. He personally inspected the submarines that had contributed greatly to the night attack. The mechanics also assured the commander that the 10 submarines were in good condition and did not have any major problems, other than one of the submarines needing to be replaced with a waterproof skin. The other submarines could even set off for battle again if they replenished their fuel. Of course, Earl Wine vetoed the mechanics' idea. The submarines were his secret weapon, and unless it was absolutely necessary, he was not prepared to use them in a regular battle. After all, it was a problem to replenish this kind of equipment. If one of them was broken, there would be one less. In addition to these considerations, Earl Wine also had to consider the problem of manpower. Although he had gathered the troops of the 10 towns and trained them, compared to the expeditionary army of the soft maple people, even if it was just a vanguard made up of a few thousand men, the number of soldiers he could use was still relatively short. After the night attack, more than 50 tapped soldiers never made it back. At the same time, the number of seriously injured soldiers was also about the same. Even if they eliminated almost twice the number of enemy soldiers, it was still not a great victory. "How's the casualty camp?" Earl Wine asked his guard captain, who had already patrolled the casualty camp on his behalf. "All the soldiers who were rescued are now out of danger." The guard captain took out a parchment statistical report. The doctors performed surgery on the wounded soldiers. Some of the muscle growth moss made by the druids, alchemists, and pharmacists have also been used. Even the soldiers who were seriously scalded, covered in hot oil and feces, after applying the muscle growth moss for a few days, most of them will recover. 1/10 of the healing medicine is used. Earl Wine frowned after reading the report presented by the guard captain. However, he did not lose his temper. The battle had just started, and it was indeed not the best time to save supplies. Then send someone to issue a new order. From now on until the siege is lifted, no alcohol is allowed to be sold for profit in the 10 towns. Some alcohol must be stored in the warehouse to disinfect the wounded. As you wish. The guard captain put one hand on his chest and took a step back. Then he turned his head and strode away while holding the hilt of his sword. When it was almost noon, Harriman left Wantage with a team and moved along the road to several villages where the 1,000-men team was stationed. The wounded soldiers and several people who were responsible for taking care of them stayed in Wantage. Harriman promised that reinforcements would be brought today. After a few hourglasses of hard riding, they passed through a huge wetland formed by ponds, rivers, and shallow lakes. This place reminded Harriman of the swamp he had crossed when he first set foot on the coast of Tapt. They moved quickly east along the road that was higher than the surrounding ground. This road also prevented them from sinking into the wetland, which extended to the western horizon and even further. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they left the wetland and came to a relatively dry, hilly area. From that height, they could see a huge forest in the north that stretched as far as the eye could see. The people of Tapt called it Selwood. After another hourglass of walking along the road, the forest loomed not far away. When they stopped to rest that night, the shadow cast by the forest almost covered them. This was also the starting point of their scouting in the rain yesterday. A camp was located here, and there was a huge jagged rock next to the camp. It was said that the rock was once a dead stone giant. Harriman's report was quickly received by the Kiliarchs, and several times the number of soldiers led by him rushed out of the camp. The soft maple soldiers were wise enough to drive 3 wagons drawn by horses, which could be used both to carry back the wounded and to carry back to Vantage the supplies they had found. The situation in the camp was not good, and there was a shortage of supplies. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.